Test, test. Good afternoon, almost good evening, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Awesome. Look at all those beautiful ladies and men. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with our special city council meeting at this time. If I can get roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron. Was that on speaker?
Present, sorry.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios, City Treasurer de La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
and City Attorney Salinas.
He's on his way.
Thank you.
Okay. So without item number 1,
The City Council will issue certificates of recognition to the Legacy High School JV and varsity softball teams.
okay, Councilman Hurtado.
Yes, I will be out there doing this if that's okay with
Please
everybody.
do. Need any help? Yeah. Let's go.
The reason I laughed earlier when the mayor asked, how's everyone doing? And you all answered, no one ever answers. So I was surprised. You have them well trained there, coach, by the way. So, okay, so I'm going to read one proclamation and then I'll read the names after that, if that's okay with everybody, because they all say the same thing. But I'll tell you, it's really an amazing accomplishment from both squads, the junior varsity and the varsity. As a coach at Southgate High, it is very difficult to play and win because of the talent that's out there. We play Garfield, we play Roosevelt, and always very tough teams out there. So again, when we have local teams go out and do what you guys have done, the least we can do is acknowledge your accomplishments. So again, I'm here with my colleagues and with the entire city of Southgate watching, because all this will be seen. So smile when you guys come out here. And congratulations once again. So I'm going to read this one. Certificate of appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to, and then I'll say the name later on, Legacy High School Softball Varsity in recognition of your outstanding dedication, sportsmanship, and competitive spirit in the Southgate community at the Eastern League and CIF LA City Section Division I Championship. Yes, all right. For the record, they're applauding for you guys, okay, not for me. I'm just reading this. The Southgate City Council proudly recognizes your hard work, commitment, and team unity have exemplified the highest standards of athletic excellence. We're proud of you and look forward to the many great things you will accomplish in the future. And this is signed by Mayor Maria Davila, June 24, 2025. So as I call your name, as a matter of fact, you should just line up because you're going to be coming through here, and Steve Costley will guide you through. And I don't know if you set them up the way we have them in order, but okay, we normally give you a heads up on that, but we didn't. Okay. And I apologize if I say your names wrong. So, Dania Loza. Congratulations. Elisa Andon. Dale Dorado. Kate, is this how you pronounce it? Caitlin Pedrosa? Yes. Natalie Gonzalez. That one I know how to say. That's my daughter's name too, by the way. Stephanie Salas. Okay. Savannah Medina. Priscilla Medina. I guess that's Isabella Medina. Liliana Valderas. Brianna Gonzalez. You can always tell where the parents are at for the scream. Adamarie Leon. Leslie Sanchez. Laila Padilla. Not here. Ariana Villegas. Yesenia Villegas. Janet Castaneda. Madeline Cedillo. I'll get to her. Kaylee Ochoa. Destiny Delira. Savannah Rojas. Giselle Rodriguez. Joycey Martinez. These are JV. Are they still varsity? Oh, okay, so now we're going to get to the JV. So it's the same thing basically. And now the reason they're being recognized is the amazing accomplishment of being totally undefeated. So again, that's an amazing accomplishment. It's very difficult to do because of the amount of talent that's out there. So again, congratulations to all of the junior varsity squad from Legacy High School. So let's give them a big hand. Alisa Cabrera. And Mom, you can get close to take photos. I know you want to do that. Jaylene Del Real. Elena Pope Rios. Sofia Barragan. We got one for you, don't worry. Jacqueline Encalada. There we go. And I'll keep on reading them because I see they're either invisible or they're not here. So I'll take a guess they're not here. Jaylene Ponce. Mia Cuellar. Janelle Gomez Llanos. Aubrey Villarreal. Vincent Gonzalez. That's the softball coach. He's not a player. Let's give him a big hand also. Janelle Dominguez, are you here? Yes. Also a coach, just want to point that out in case you thought. And Katie Martinez, come on up. And coach, if there's anything you'd like to say, please do so.
Parents, feel free, get up, come on up front, take the picture. Just want to take this time to thank the city council members and the city dignitaries for the recognition, not just for the hard work they exemplify on the softball field, but also in the classroom. We had 0 grade cuts this year, which is a big accomplishment in itself. And I couldn't be more proud of a group of young ladies who continue to buy into our program and continue to build on the foundation that we set forth 7 years ago when I took over the program, along with my coaching staff, who's a former alumni as well. And both coaches played for me, and that's Caitlin Martinez and Coach Janelle Dominguez. And we'll just continue to not just represent Legacy, but the entire city of Southgate. So thank you, guys. All right, paparazzi time. Let's go. Get them all. More. Keep waiting. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. Everyone get your pictures. Any more? All right. Thank you all. Either way, guys. Good work. Yeah. That's just where I was leaving.
Thank you, Steve.
Oh,
Thank you, Steve, for
All
our
right.
tickets.
Item number 2.
the City Council will issue a proclamation declaring June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to read the proclamation. I'm going to read the proclamation for the declaring LGBTQ Pride Month, June 2025. And whereas All residents in the city of Southgate deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, and equality, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And whereas LGBTQ Pride Month is time to reflect on the challenges faced by LGBTQ plus individuals throughout history and to honor those who have fought and continue to fight for equality and justice. And whereas Pride Month also served as a celebration of identity, visibility, and self-worth in Southgate, we recognize and value the contribution of LGBTQ plus residents who help make our city stronger, more diverse, and more inclusive. And whereas our community joins others across the nation in reaffirming the rights and freedoms of LGBTQ plus individuals, and it's standing against discrimination in all its forms. And whereas LGBTQ individuals are represented at all levels of society, including in public service, civic leadership, and their presence continue to inspire positive challenges in communities like ours. And whereas during Pride Month, we celebrate the courage and determination of those who have lived authentically and openly in face of adversity. And we commit ourselves to building communities that embrace everyone, regardless of who they love or how they identify. Now, therefore, be proclaimed on this 24th day of June 2025 that I, Maria Davila, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare June 2025 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the City of Southgate. Encourage all residents to celebrate and diverse and continue advancing equity, inclusion, and justice for all. And to receive this proclamation, we had invited a very special person who represents the LGBTQ family. Each year, Pride Month is an opportunity to honor the history, struggling, and achievements of LGBTQ community and to reaffirm our city's commitment to exclusive equality and respect for all. We are especially honored this evening to have with us someone who truly embodies the spirit of pride, joy, and community, Jules. And we have Jules here with us today. If you can please come up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here with us. And we will present you with this proclamation. If you will please say a couple of words, for the pride for all our LGBTQ families.
Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council. It's gorgeous to be here in the city of Southgate and be extra fabulous on Pride Month. Working throughout LA County has been my passion for the last 25 years as we raise funds for HIV/AIDS, for animal rescue, for immigrants' rights organizations, for our trans community, and many times the intersection of all of those communities. Some of the most fabulous residents of Southgate come to our shows and entertainments and fabulous fundraisers for many of these very important causes. So it means so much to be invited here today and to celebrate not only your residents, but our fellow humankind as we represent equality and the continued struggle for all of us. As they say, until all of us are equal, none of us are equal. And we are here to recommit to that fight and to celebrate Pride Month. So thank you to the city of Southgate. It is very much appreciated.
Thank you. We appreciate we appreciate you being here, and we'll present you with this proclamation. If you please come up. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. You might have the most fabulous thing. Oh, my God.
Madam Mayor, if I can say a few words. I'd like to share that the first time that I met Jules through mutual friends was a few years ago, and I'm very honored to know her. Whether she's been performing on stage or organizing any fundraisers or simply sharing her joy with those around her, she brings light, love, and strength to every space she enters. Jules, I thank you for being a beacon of positivity, advocacy, and unity for all, and for the joy you bring to so many. I thank you also for coming to our city, our beautiful city of Southgate, and joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Rios.
Yes, I just want to say thank you for coming. And, those were really profound words. I never heard that before. Until all of us are equal, none of us are equal. That's really profound. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it has real significance.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would also like to thank you for being here and really proud of our city for continuing this tradition of honoring and proclaiming June to be LGBTQ plus Pride Month, especially in times like that we have currently where people are making decisions trying to erase names off of buildings, important figures in our history, like Harvey Milk. They're trying to erase the importance that he had in our society. So I'm very proud that we will continue to stand and we will continue to fight for the equality of everybody. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman, would you like to say?
Yes,
Go
Madam
ahead,
Mayor, if I
Councilwoman.
may. Jules, thank you so much. You always make a grand entrance whenever you come into a space, and you did tonight, just know that. But it's your humanity, it's your heart. And I understand, the trans community as well as our LGBTQ communities, they've struggled for many years. And as a CTA member, we definitely stand united for equality. So I do appreciate you coming in and accepting the award, but more importantly, your kindness in bringing unity, especially during the difficult days that we are living in right now. And yes, I agree, they're trying to erase our history because it doesn't fit their narrative. But I appreciate you coming in and accepting the award. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes. So I don't know if you saw the young ladies that were here earlier. So I coach girls softball, and one of the most amazing human beings I ever had the pleasure of coaching was a young lady who was extraordinary, not just on the field, but who she was as a person. Well, she no longer exists. It's a he now. And what I find is that he is an amazing human being, just the way he is. And it was truly amazing to have coached the young lady and now to be friends with the young man. And again, the struggles that you're going through, I do see them as a coach for young ladies who choose to love who they want. For anybody to tell them, anything different is just that wrong. So thank you for being here and sharing your story with us, okay? Again, on behalf of the city of Southgate, recognizing the LGBTQ community is important to us. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And thank you to the council because, we are always very supportive of the LGBTQ. And, like I said, I think a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, we have family members that we need to support and love them. So thank you for being an inspiration out there. And looking forward to come and see you in your show soon. Yeah, absolutely. So with that, thank you very much. And we appreciate you being here with us. Thank you. Okay, item number 3.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring June as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I have Councilman Hurtado.
Yes, so I will have the honor of reading this proclamation declaring National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month, June 2025. Whereas the month of June serves as a reminder of the remarkable resilience of the human mind, as well as its vulnerabilities, it affirms that experiencing emotional distress is a national part of being human. And unlike machines, we possess not only the capacity to feel deeply, but also the ability to heal, especially when we support one another. And whereas trauma can present in many forms, big T trauma refers to events involving actual or threatened death or serious injury, such as war, natural disasters, or physical assault. Small t trauma arises from distressing but non-life threatening experiences, including divorce, financial hardship, or sudden relocation. And whereas while some individuals recover from post-traumatic stress within weeks or months, others may experience long-term symptoms requiring extended care. PTSD is a highly treatable condition. However, stigma and lack of awareness often prevent individuals from seeking the help they need. And whereas National PTSD Awareness Month aims to break down those barriers by educating the public, reducing stigma, and promoting effective treatments such as counseling, support groups, and medication. And whereas open dialogue about PTSD encourages understanding and compassion, making it more likely that those affected will reach out for support. The journey to recover is unique for everyone, but healing is always possible. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this 24th day of June 2025 that the mayor of the city of Southgate, Maria Davila, on behalf of the city council, does hereby declare June 2025 as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month and urge all citizens to learn about the signs, symptoms, and treatment options available to support those living with PTSD and other mental health challenges. And who's receiving this today? Our friends from
Military Veterans Affairs, Mr. Robert Alvarez and Mr. George Casillas. Can you please go ahead and say something?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council, for your proclamation recognizing June as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month in the city of Southgate. My name is Roberto Alvarez. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. I'm joined by my colleague George Casillas, representing the Veteran Peer Access Network, serving Supervisorial District Number 4. As veterans, we both know that occupational hazard of military service is exposure to trauma. Similarly, even though they didn't sign up to serve, military families can often have collateral exposure to the traumas of service. Through MVA and our VPN teams, we know that PTSD is often associated with veterans. However, it does not define us, nor is it exclusive to us. PTSD can affect anyone who has experienced trauma, and no matter the source of the trauma, trauma should never be dismissed. Addressing PTSD is not easy, but it does not have to be a lifelong burden. Every day we stand with veterans, service members, and their families to support their healing. We're working to break the stigma and silence that too often surround PTSD. Everyone, regardless of their background, deserves to know that support exists, treatment works, and they are not alone. No one should feel ashamed for seeking help. Thank you for shining a light on this issue and for helping promote a community where healing is possible. My colleague George would also like to offer a few words.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank
Good
you for having us. On behalf of LA County and the VPN team, the MVA team, wanted to thank you for recognizing that this is an issue in the community. Like Robert spoke about, it's an issue with our families. It's an issue long-term that's never going to go away. And basically, we need a support system to help with that. Here in Southgate, we have an office. SD4, basically, the rally point is here in Southgate on Atlantic next to Tom's. From personal experience, my son was an Air Force veteran. I lost him to suicide in November. The organization was founded on suicide prevention. So this is an issue near and dear to my heart. Too many times we lose veterans because the outreach, unfortunately, is providing services that are limited, right? Peer support is extremely important in the veteran community because you need somebody that can identify and relate. You need somebody who can bring you into a family. The camaraderie that we miss in the military is something that we need to re-engage out here. And we need to make sure that communities like yourselves are referring veterans to us so that we can do, we want to do the heavy lifting, we want to do the digging, we want to do the peer support, we want to conduct wraparound services. We have a VSO on site to provide VA claims and that assistance. Sometimes veterans just don't know about their benefits. So it's really important that we create that access point, which is here in Southgate, making sure that we're cascading that information back out to the veteran, their families, and making sure that they understand they're not alone. And we're going to be with them. Whether it takes 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, we're going to be here the entire time. You don't get exited out of our program. It's really important to understand that. We don't want veterans to feel that they're marginalized in any way. We want to make sure that they understand that the fight now is for their future, right? Re-engaging them, giving them skills assessments, vocational training, job placement, all the things that they need, all the barriers, we call them milestones that they need to meet so that they own their own homes, own their own businesses, and hopefully join politics, right? And start advocating for others. That's really our end game and our end goal. So I invite anyone to come to the office, give them a tour so that you can see the amazing work that our team is doing and the county's doing, working with the VA, working with, in collaboration with the other community-based organizations, not against each other.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate both of you for the work that you do, and especially, looking after our veterans. I have a family of veterans, so I really appreciate. And again, sometimes we don't know, and they don't know. What benefits they have out there that there are out there for them. And I was looking at this flyer, and maybe we can put a link in our website to so they can go directly to their website to get the information. I think that it's something that we as a city can do and help out in order for them to get the benefits they need and they deserve. But
So just one of the things that is important to note too is unfortunately not every veteran is considered a veteran for the sake of benefits.
mhm,
So it's important that that work that's done with George's team and also the County Department of Military and Veterans Affairs is done in collaboration, because part of the work that we do is looking at opportunities to provide support for veterans through county resources, eventually getting them made eligible for VA benefits. But part of the process is understanding that there's a whole suite of services and opportunity.
Right.
It's just a matter of knowing that those resources are available for the city to leverage as well.
right, but getting this information there and just you do the evaluation where they can go and what benefits they can get, that would be great. We have a veteran of our own, John Marine. So we're very proud of all our veterans. So with that, thank you again for coming. And let's
Madam
go ahead
Mayor,
and
if I
go
may,
right ahead.
George, and have a question for you, since I know you work with veterans. Is there any way that you can access the database to know how many veterans are in the city of Southgate that have not been reached or contacted in any way, shape, or form to be able to provide those services? Because like you indicated, they don't know you're here until hopefully today. But I know you've been in our community, not long, but definitely if you have access to that and reaching out to them, because again, just listening to what he said, not all military people are considered veterans.
Yeah, we do have access to some databases. Some of them in the census are, 3-4 years, a little antiquated. We do have county numbers. We do have those resources, but actual contact information, it's really the community that needs to refer those back to us, right?
Okay.
And so every city within SD4, we should all collaborate and making sure that we're identifying those unique cases and just cascading that information out.
Yeah.
And as a rally point means it's kind of the hub, right? And so this is a place where they can get every single accessible benefit to them at that location. So essentially a one-stop shop. And that's the goal, is creating that within the county in different locations. So working together with different cities, making sure that veteran community is, creating events. I think we have a Um, in late August, we have an employment event for the veteran community that we're going to bring hopefully everyone from the county into this direction to highlight where we are. That was
Right.
the whole purpose, was to highlight that we're at this location.
Okay, well, I would definitely be more than interested in taking the tour and collaborating more, because I know we do have a lot of veterans here in Southgate that are sometimes, like you say, don't know what benefits they're entitled to, because they've asked for them and they've been constantly told, no, not yet, no, not yet. So sometimes they give up because they really don't know how to work the system. So I appreciate you being in our beautiful city of Southgate.
So just
Thank you.
one thing really quick.
Let's go up.
There is an opportunity for you guys to ask a question, because one of the things that our cities don't do often is ask a question of someone's veteran status. The more important thing, however, is don't ask someone if they're a veteran. Ask them if they have served in the armed forces, because by asking if you're a veteran, you may have people who say no, even though they have rightfully served. So
Yes.
it's the nuances of those questions that I think are important. But your city departments probably see veterans on a daily basis. It's just a matter of incorporating that potential intake of, if you're encountering veterans, what do you do with them?
Yes, thank you.
I'm an Army vet. My girlfriend's married to a Marine, so it's always something to say. We all did. We all did.
All right.
Yes, thank you for your service, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next, we have proclamation declaring Independence Day. Councilman Rios.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring the 4th of July as Independence Day.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank all you folks out here today. City of Southgate sending a proclamation for July 4th, 2025 as Independence Day. Whereas the 4th of July, 1976, July 4th, 1976, the Continental Congress formally adopted the Declaration of Independence, marking the birth of the United States of America and affirming the nation's founding principles of liberty, democracy, and justice for all. And Independence Day is a time for Americans to come together in unity and pride to celebrate the enduring spirit of freedom and the sacrifice made by generations of individuals who have defended and upheld the values on which this country was built. And whereas the city of Southgate proudly joins communities across the nation in celebrating this historic day with festivities that honor our nation's heritage, encourage civic pride, and bring neighbors, families, and friends together. And whereas the city of Southgate annual 4th of July Independence Day celebration is cherished and tradition that features family-friendly activities, live entertainment, food vendors, and spectacular fireworks show, fostering a strong sense of community shared celebration. And whereas this year's celebration on Friday, July 4th, continues that tradition by providing a safe, inclusive, and joyful space for residents and visitors of all ages to reflect on our freedoms and look ahead with hope and unity. Now, therefore, I, Maria Davila, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July 4th, 2025 as Independence Day in the City of Southgate and call upon all residents to join in commemorating this day with pride, gratitude, and community spirits. Maria Davila, Mayor.
Thank you. And We don't have nobody to receive this.
There you go.
Okay.
Independence Day.
Okay. So we'll just, Steve, because I know that you were celebrating the 4th of July.
Yeah, we will be, and thank you, Madam Mayor. We will be celebrating 4th of July with the residents of Southgate and all the surrounding communities. We invite everyone to enjoy our carnival, but most of all, we invite them to have a family day at the park. We've always noticed in Southgate that 4th of July here is a family day. Thousands and thousands. We'll get, on average, usually 22,000 people that come visit us on 4th of July. We'll have our Junior Athletic Association All-Star Games. We'll have fireworks. We'll have a carnival. It will be a great day just to come out and enjoy life as an American. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Steve. So with that, we'll move on to our next item number 5.
The City Council will consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during the month of May 2025.
City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We have only one candidate or one candidate, one employee to recognize tonight, one new employee. So it happens to be our Administrative Services Director, Louis Frosto, who is seated over here beside Steve. And you've seen him already a couple times, been here over a month now, jumping in with both feet and enjoying things. We're enjoying working with him. But a little background for Louis is he brings extensive experience in municipal administration. That most recently was at the City of South Pasadena, where he was Management Services Director and Acting Deputy City Manager. He's provide strategic leadership in finance operations, budget development, revenue administration, long-term fiscal planning. He's overseen IT technology, human resources, risk management, and city clerk operations in other cities. He also, prior to South Pasadena, had leadership roles at the City of Long Beach in the finance department and as in the administration at the police department, and overseeing human resources programs, payroll, revenue systems. He has a master's degree from California State University and enjoys outside of work, music, travel, and spending time with friends and family. He's excited to be here at Southgate. And with that, I'd hand it over to Louis to say hi to everybody.
Hey.
Mayor, members of the City Council, City Treasurer, it's a pleasure to be here. It was definitely a diving in, and I was finishing up a presentation before I got called over here, but I look forward to working with all of you. We got a lot of work to do, as I'm sure you know, and I just look forward to being part of the journey.
All right. Again, welcome. Okay.
And just to showcase Louis's talent, we're going to have him be the star of the show for the regular meeting at 6:30 to showcase our budget. So we'll get to see him again, but until then, we'll let him scurry back and put the final touches on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Okay. No. Okay, let's move on to
Luis, I love the picture. And in 4 weeks, we apologize.
All right, closed session, please.
Item number 1, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C. A, Arlene Gonzalez et al. Versus City of Southgate et al. B, Luis Madragon versus City of Southgate et al. C, Gerardo Nolasco Jr. versus City of Southgate et al. Item number 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator. Agency representation is our City Manager, Rob Houston, unrepresented employees, top management, departmental directors, hourly employees. Employee organizations are Southgate MEA, Southgate PMMA, Southgate DMA, Southgate PMA, and Southgate POA. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. City Attorney, do we have any further?
Nothing further. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, at this time, I'll open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience? No? Okay, any emails?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have 2 emails for labor negotiations for both. The first one is from Roberto Sanchez, expressing disappointment over proposed spending increases, particularly raises for the city employees. And the second one is from Maria Chavez, a longtime resident of Southgate, expressing opposition to employee raises given by the city's current financial condition. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go into closed session.
Test, test, 1, 2.
Probably bring it higher, just a little, so that it, not too, talking to it?
Test, test, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
Is it this one also?
yeah.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. And this one?
No, that's fine. I only saw him do these two.
Okay. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Why isn't this one moving? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. What about
But
this
it'll be
one?
better, yes, because
Patience. At this time, I'm just going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos. ¿Alguien necesita traducción en español? Levanten su mano, por favor. We don't have anyone. All right, thank you. So we'll just wait for our vice mayor so we can go ahead and start. We need our city attorney. Okay. I lost my agenda. Okay. Let me know when you're ready, city attorney.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Just 1 second here. All right, in closed session, the city council had a conference with legal counsel to discuss pending litigation. There are 3 cases discussed in closed session. One is Arlene Gonzalez versus City of Southgate. This was a claim made against the city involving an alleged injury in a dancing class. The city was dismissed from that case by the plaintiff. There was no payment made by the city in connection with that particular case, and the city is no longer a party in that action. Item number 2, Luis Mondragon versus City of Southgate. This is a claim against the city for a accident in which a City of Southgate employee was involved in a rear-end collision, and the claim is being made against the city and the employee. On a motion that was made by Councilwoman Avalos and seconded by Vice Mayor Barone, there was a decision to authorize City Attorney's Office to defend that matter. The vote was 5-0. On Gerardo Nolasco Jr. versus City of Southgate, this is a claim brought against the city arising from a pothole on the 710 on-ramp. That on-ramp is not part of the City of Southgate. On a motion that was made by Councilwoman Avalos and seconded by Vice Mayor Barone, and on a vote of 5-0, City of Southgate authorized the defense of that lawsuit. Item number 2, conference with labor negotiator. There were discussions and brief presentation made by the city manager concerning ongoing labor negotiations involving 5 of the city unions, and upon completion of that presentation, guidance was given, but there was no reportable action taken. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. That completes
Thank
my
you.
report.
If there's anyone in the audience.
Chingus Dominguez, resident of Southgate. Your council members, you people are all fucked up. I mean, you really are all fucked up. So I want to hit on 2, conference with labor negotiator. So I asked Councilmember Avalos and the old monkey this question. The question is, why are you people so afraid to say no to our city hall unions? Why are you so unwilling to say no to them and these salary and pay increases? So the response I got from the old monkey was, so when our police decide to leave and go work for other cities and other departments, who are we supposed to hire? Security clerks at Walmart? I mean, no, they need to be paid properly. Otherwise, they're not going to stay. And we have to maintain the standard. If we don't maintain the standard, then the quality of service that our residents expect to receive from us, that's going to diminish, because we're going to end up hiring a bunch of incompetents and a bunch of inept people working for our city hall, and that's not acceptable. So the thing that I want to say to the council members, look, the only conversation that you should be having with these unions is telling them, these are the positions we're going to furlough and these are the positions we're going to terminate because we have no money. We don't have enough revenue to pay our expenditures, which is now the reason why we're now in the hole that we currently are. Council members, can't you see the ruin that awaits us all if you continue upon this course with habitually acquiescing to the demands of these city hall unions? Earlier this year, you voted and approved to give our fucked up city manager over $300,000 in compensation. The man makes over $300,000 a year in salary. Why would you do that? And here we're struggling to pay our bills. We don't even have enough revenue to pay our bills. And you heard Mr. Frausto state that we're doing structured deficit. So basically what you've been doing is moving money around, using the ARPA funds. Thank God we have the ARPA funds. Using the ARPA funds to cover our ass. We had $34 million in ARPA funds. Now the 26 of them you spent. Now I don't even know if do we have 8? I don't even know if we have 8. But so if it weren't for the ARPA funds, you would have spent down the general fund to either zero or near zero. Going forward, this is not acceptable. You can't be giving out salaries and pay increases to City Hall employees. That is just flat out reckless of you, council members. You know, I thought slavery had ended in this country of ours. Well, apparently not here in Southgate. Our council members are perfectly content with having us work, pay our taxes, and die. And then what do we get? Pittance, scraps. You know, you people treat us like dogs. All we get is scraps from you people. That's it. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Okay, we're closing the audience, and we already read the emails. Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? I'll second the motion. We are adjourned. Okay. Ready? City Clerk? Okay, so at this time, I'm going to call to order the Southgate City regular meeting. And we have invocation, Steve Cosley, and Darren are called to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will you please rise and bow your heads with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and for all that you do provide for us, Lord. We ask, Lord, that you just provide wisdom to our council members, to our community, and to all involved in today's meeting. We ask, Lord, also for protection for all of our residents in Southgate and for all those who are serving here. We thank you for all that you do provide. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we have a public hearing. Mr. City Attorney, this public hearing, it's right on Tweedy Mile business. Since I do live on close to Tweedy Boulevard, I need to excuse myself.
Madam Mayor, we got to do roll call.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm ready to go. Go ahead, do roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. I need to recuse
Thank you,
myself.
Madam Mayor. So we're going to run item number 1. You're recusing yourself because of the location of where you live in relation to the topic that's being voted upon. Is that
Correct.
All right, so we'll have you leave and we'll bring you back. And we'll put Vice Mayor Barone in charge.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Item number 1.
The City Council will consider adopting a resolution ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 25-26, the parking and business improvement area known as the Tweedy Mile Business District. Business licenses as permitted by the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989, California Streets and Highways Code, Section 36500. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And making the presentation be Leticia Aguilar. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Like stated, my name is Leticia Aguilar. I serve as a Community Engagement Management Analyst, and I'm here tonight to present the public hearing for the proposed resolution ordering the levy and collection of assessments for fiscal year 25-26 for the Parking and Business Improvement Area. So what is a BID? A BID is an acronym for the Business Improvement District, and it's an additional tax fee on properties within the defined geographic boundary in which revenues raised from this additional tax fees are spent only within the same area. The City Council adopted the BID on November 2nd, 1970. The additional tax fee has been renewed every year since then, and the amounts have not changed since then. The additional tax fee is due and payable at the same time business license renewals are due. The BID is managed by the Tweedy Mile Advisory Board. The board is appointed by the City Council and serves in an advisory capacity, submitting requests for their approval and expenditures of revenues collected from the additional tax. And this is an area map of the Parking and Business Improvement Area in Tweedy. So this area is, the California law states that the funds collected by the city can only be used for the following purposes: for decoration of public places in the area, such as Christmas decorations, for promotion of public events, which are to take place on or in public places in the area, and for the general promotion for retail trade activities in such area. The least amount a business can be taxed is $15, up to $400 is the max. And the schedule of the assessment proceedings has been as follows. On May 5th, the Tweedy Mile Advisory Board reviewed and approved the annual report. On May 27th, the city adopted a resolution of intent to levy assessments for fiscal year 25-26. Shortly after, a letter of the resolution of intent indicating this public hearing information and how to submit protest verbally or in writing was mailed to all affected businesses. And for today, we have our public hearing where City Council will be conducting to receive public testimony on the proposed assessment levy. So how did we notice the public? A public hearing notice was published in the Los Angeles Wave newspaper on June 9th, 2025. We also included a frequently asked document, making it a little bit easier for our residents to understand how to levy and how to protest if that's what they desired. All letters were mailed out to all affected businesses on this Tweedy Mile district. So for today, at the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will tabulate any written or verbal protests on the proposed assessment. If the assessment of businesses submitted a protest are greater than 50% of the total proposed assessment, the fees will not be collected in the upcoming year. If there are no major protests, Council may adopt a resolution approving the levy and collection of assessment for this fiscal year 25-26. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and the city clerk will also be reading any protests if we received any.
Thank you, Leticia. Madam Clerk?
As of right now, I have not received any.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead take this moment to open it up to any member of the audience that would like to speak on this item, and especially if any of the businesses on the Tweedy Mile Business Improvement District who would like to verbally issue their protest.
All right, so Vice Mayor, as you know, and the other council members know, I wanted to use that 18,000 for art for a mural, and sadly, I went up to 3 locations right there on Tweedy Boulevard, on Tweedy and Alexander, on Tweedy and Otis, Tweedy and San Miguel Ave, my street, and then the fourth one was Tweedy in California. And I struck out 4 times. I couldn't get anybody to say yes. We'll take a mural on the side of our building and have it here on our property. And so I went in before the Tweedy Mile Advisory Board Committee, the commissioners, the 3 of them miraculously said yes. We'll approve the 18,000 to go towards a mural. I reached out to a gentleman by the name of Gabriel Enamorado, who runs an organization named Stay Arts in Downey on Downey Avenue. And I said, look, I need an artist. I'm trying to find a business owner that'll give their consent to say, yes, we'll have art on our, a mural on our side of our building. And Gabriel Enamorado, I just want to share this bit of information. So so this is the sort of project that they take on, but he said to me that we're very selective. We just don't do any type of art project. And I wanted to get him to be here with the property owner, say, hey, here's the property owner. He's going to give his consent. Here's Gabriel Enamorado. He does the management of the project. He pays the artist, and then they also take a fee to run and see that the project is done correctly and properly. But sadly, I had to say to him, look, I couldn't find any takers, so that's it. It's done. But let me end with saying that the 2 commissioners, they made their comment about how the bid funds should be used. Sylvia Missishigi, she says that we have the worst tree lights on Tweedy Boulevard, and that she would like to see the money go towards upgrading the tree lights. And the other commissioner, Angela Lucero, her comment was that the funds should go towards upgrading the Christmas decorations on Tweedy Boulevard. So, the money's going to go to you guys. You guys are going to figure out how to best use the funds. My one advice is take the money and pour it into one thing. Don't split it up and go half here, half there. You're going to have a greater impact directing the funds on just one thing. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll bring it back to council. Any of our council members have any questions or comments? I'll go ahead and close the audience portion. Anybody, any emails?
We received no emails.
Yeah. Anybody else here on council?
Actually, it wasn't a question. It was just clarification. So the Business Improvement District is a self-imposed tax. It's a levy that the businesses back in, what year was that, 1970 you said? Yeah. They wanted to tax themselves so that they can have that money in which they can kind of sort of control as to where that money is going to go. So when they pay their business license, they also pay into that. And I think you mentioned $15 is the lowest amount and $400 is the maximum. And that is based on the sales, right? On what the sales is that they generate. So if it's a big company and they make a lot of money, they're going to pay with a cap of $400. And if somebody's kind of sort of struggling, they still have to contribute with at least $15. So once you're on the business, on the Tweedy Mile, you really don't have a choice at that point. You have to pay into that amount. But how they spend it is determined through nothing that we do here. It's the League of California Cities that puts the guidelines as to how they can utilize it. So they present it to the committee and then they kind of sort of approve it and then they basically bring it to us for a blessing once we confirm that everything that was done properly. So again, I just wanted to clear that up for them. And thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Leticia. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you. We have first and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Oh, can we call
Yes,
the mayor?
we're calling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, before we go on to item number, actually, it's a non-agenda items. at this time, I'm going to bring up item number 10. And with that, our council member, El Rios, has asked for professional courtesy to continue this item for next council meeting. And we also are going to create a IHOC committee with council member Rios and councilwoman Pilar Avalos. So, but for the record, if our city clerk can go ahead and read it into the record, and we will follow up with that.
Item number 10, Mayor.
Okay.
The city council will consider receive and file the presentation on the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 budgets and one-year capital improvement program. B, adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 25-26 municipal budget in the amount of $304,308,267, including all funds and departments, along with all additions or deletions the legislative bodies may enact. C, adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 25-26, again, appropriations limit in the amount of $110,869,454.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, there will be no presentations tonight on the budget, but if you would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
All right, so I got an email from a lady by the name of Giselle Fong, who works for California Endowment, and I was trying to chase after funding for the splash pad. And in the email, it states that the Regional Park and Open Space District, this is the organization that oversees the Measure A funds, that their competitive grants are going to open up in July. And they're going to have $50 million. The Regional Park and Open Space District is going to have $50 million to fund park-related projects. And council members, I'm urging you to put the splash pad on the city's list of capital improvement projects. And I'm only asking you to do one thing with the competitive grants that the Regional Park and Open Space District is going to have: plans and designs. That's it. Just do the plans and designs this fiscal year. We can worry about how to build it, how to fund it the following fiscal year. We could, you got all of 2026 to go after the next round of competitive grants to pay for it. Now, the thing I want to say about Downey. So I was watching their budget overview presentation. So it turns out Downey is on the move. They're going to get a splash pad for their residents. And I spoke the very next day with Jason Chacon, the director of Parks and Recreation for the city of Downey. And I said to him, look, Mr. Chacon, is this a legitimate project? Is Downey, do they have the splash pad on their list of capital improvement projects? And he says, no, it's on our strategic plan. Well, how do you like that? The very thing that I came in here last year asking you council members to do, which was to put the splash pad on our strategic plan, Downey did it for their residents. So I asked Mr. Chacon, so when can I get updates from you because I want to track this and figure out how you're going to fund it with the plans and designs and cost of construction. He says, check back with me in February or March of 2026. And the difficulty that they're having right now is figuring out which park to put it in. They want their splash pad to be big enough and adequate enough for their residents. And I said, look, go for the big one. Go for a 3,000 square foot splash pad. Whatever park you put it in. I said this to the man. Whatever park you put it in, it's going to be like fucking Disneyland. You're going to have lines of kids trying to get into that thing, and you're going to have to be out there with a stopwatch, giving them, letting them in at 15-minute intervals. So they're on the move. Downey is chasing after it. Bell to the north of us has one. Huntington Park has two. Paramount has one. Whittier has one. So, I mean, how much longer? If you wait any longer, the cost to build this thing is going to balloon, and it's going to be even more costly. So I'm urging the council members to put the splash pad on our list of capital improvement projects. Let's go after the competitive grants for the Measure A and there's no cost share or matching fund requirement for these competitive grants from the Regional Park and Open Space District. I'll end with that.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. Liz Reese on Kaufman. Yeah,
Oh, hold on a second. Go ahead.
I don't know what to think about the postponement, but I would encourage you all to do more outreach. As I've said before at the last budget meeting, I think that's been lacking. And with the amount of deficit that we have, I think it's more important than ever to have as many people involved and have their say and really direct our residents on where to find these. I did see that the proposed budget is on the budget and transparency section of the website. I don't see the hearings though. Those were briefly mentioned at the last council meeting. And I didn't see any posts. I didn't see any announcements besides what Jose de la Paz has said regarding the utility tax and some of the budget stuff, which I'm glad he did post. But I think again, this is a very important matter. We're all going to be affected in one way or another within the city, and people just need to be aware. And if you want this utility tax to pass, people really need to understand what's happening to see, why it's happened and, where to go from here, what our options are, because like I said, one way or another, we're all affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name is Mr. Noyola Isidro. I live on 8422 Victoria Avenue, Southgate. And I'm here because I seen a sign at the golf course that says that starting July, the golf course will be closed on Monday and Tuesday due to budget problems. And then I see over here, share your thoughts and help us shape programs that benefit our community. So keeping the golf course open is benefiting the community. And if you can't do that, when Ruth was running in charge of the golf course, she used to leave me in charge whenever she had things to do. And I'm here to tell you, I can open up a volunteer program and I can be part of that. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. First of all, I'd like to commend this gentleman who just said he's willing to volunteer. I'm happy to hear that the residents are willing to jump in and pitch in. I'm also happy to hear that there's going to be a committee to discuss the budget further and make sure that we're heading in the right direction. I'd like to echo one of the previous residents' comments regarding outreach. I know that outreach hasn't been there regarding the budget. Not too many people know about it, and I think that the community needs to give some input and be involved in this whole process. I know that some of the council members are active on social media. I've seen posts regarding other items, but I really didn't see much on this. So I think that would help. I mean, you guys have a following. There's people that listen to that, and I know that there's other pages, the community pages that can also help with that. So I think that'd be great. I mean, the more people are involved, the more people can understand what's going on, what the process is, and potential solutions. I'd also like to address some of the presentation or the info that was given in the presentations. I think that this whole sort of deficit that's been happening has been something that some of you have mentioned has been happening throughout the years, right? And I think that there's been sort of comments made about missed opportunities, and the missed opportunities have been with regards to either taxing residents more or charging higher fees. But I really haven't seen any solutions in terms of how we generate revenue without taxing people. Maybe brought in the sales tax base, other ideas that can help with that. I think that there's definitely has to be some creative ideas out there, and that's what your responsibility is, the city staff, city council. So I'd like to see a little bit more regarding that. Also, I'd like to talk about some of the expenses that have been factored into the forecast and the budgeting. If someone goes out to or wants to go out on vacation or make any shopping expenses and they don't have money, they just can't do it. And I think that the city's in that position, and so some of these expenses that are being talked about, specifically those with regards to additional monies for employees and that kind of expense, I think needs to be considered. And just like the previous gentleman said, he's willing to pitch in. I think that the employees should also pitch in and come up with something that would work for the community. So again, let's get that outreach out there. Let's hope that we have some community members that get involved. And I think that Southgate has better days ahead, but we need to make some important decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. Baltasar Rodriguez, Victoria Avenue. My concern when we're talking about budget cuts is, there's certain things that I think make Southgate stand out to the community, and one of them is the pool. I work in Northeast LA. I'm an educator, so during the summer, I really enjoy going out there and swimming. My daughters learn how to swim there, and I was shocked to find out that they would be closing on Fridays due to budget cuts. I think, we're about to hit a heat wave, usually lasts all the way now until October. I know that the pool is always full. I've been there twice during this month to do lap swims, and for me, that's shocking. So I don't know if there could be more feedback or from our residents as to where the cuts are going to be or where they're going. Because for me, that was shocking. It's like Friday's the beginning of the weekend for a lot of people, and that's one of the bright spots of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Daniel Gonzalez, Dorothy Avenue. Been a resident for 36 years, Southgate. What I want to talk about are, I've been hearing comments from the people here saying that there has to be cuts. They have to do this. You're talking about cutting programs for the kids. They're our future, okay? If we don't take care of our kids and give them sports to resort to, they're going to be out in the streets. You're already talking about you don't have enough police officers. Well, you're going to need more police officers when these kids turn to, gang activity. I mean, I spent like 30 years at the park coaching football, baseball, basketball, so always involved. Now I'm retired. The other thing I wanted to talk about was, another thing is on the sports, they were talking about cutting them in half, only having, instead of summer, fall, have one or the other for all sports. Well, you can't do that to these kids. I mean, they need something to keep their minds occupied, okay? The other thing, like the gentleman was talking about, the golf. I golf now that I'm retired. My wife, there's other couples, senior couples, there's other couples out there, senior couples that are golfing, okay? And we go out there, we enjoy ourselves, okay? We have a lot of fun. Golf course is kept up nice. We have people coming from other cities who say, hey, this golf course is a lot nicer than this other one and this other one. So we're getting, and I was watching a pod the other day, a podcast with one of the council members was on there, and he made a comment that, oh, the golf course is a losing project. It doesn't make any money. We only have 30 people a day, if that. I golfed today, okay? There must have been 30 people in an hour and a half, okay? There was people out there. I was in a group with 8 people, okay? So a lot of senior people, but there's people coming in the weekend from other cities. The other thing is, there was comments made that they went through and they did all the fences in the park. If they can please take a look at number 1 hole at the golf course, because they shut it down, okay? Because they hit the ball over the fence. They need to add a new section of fence there. It shouldn't be that costly. That when they did the fences, they should have did that, okay? So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Jimmy Ozaida, Southgate resident. First of all, I just want to make sure I acknowledge I respect every single one of you here that's a part of the budgeting process, but I think it's a time to ask some kind of pointed questions, and it's, just from a concerned resident, someone that wants the best for our city. I guess the first question is, you must be ready for this moment. Like this is getting us to a point where, we have to make uncomfortable decisions, but that's what you all have kind of been selected to do is to sit there, represent each one of us as, as our spokesperson, as our representative more than anything. I understand that sometimes, we often say that, we've heard it in some of these other presentations where, we have uncontrollable costs. That doesn't happen overnight. The deficit that we've generated over the years, that, is very clearly mentioned. I think it only went back, I think Lewis mentioned, 2019, but we were definitely tapping into reserves prior to that. The fact that there wasn't enough oversight, I think it's negligent. I think we need to be better as we move forward. We often hear every somewhat solution that has been proposed has had to do with city residents losing services. The only solution that I've heard thus far is an increase in tax, the utility tax. I guess maybe one of my first questions would be for the council members, if you can please share 3 recommendations that you would propose to balance the budget without increasing taxes on our residents. I think that would be important for residents to kind of hear directly from you, given that as thus far, all we've heard is from staff in regards to cuts. When these uncontrollable costs kind of present themselves year after year, what changes did we make to our expenses, to our fiscal management, to cutting down on some of the expenses? Where did we maybe allocate additional revenues? When did we start asking ourselves, well, we're taking on more expenses, guess what? We're going to have to maybe get a little bit lean in this area. Maybe we're not going to be able to afford this. But yet those questions, as we know, never happened, because the solution to the problem was, oh, we were operating in a structured deficit. Structured deficit is still a deficit. I think our treasurer mentioned, I think he's the only one that's referenced, the cuts have to happen today. We don't have a year to just kind of wait to see what happens. Those uncomfortable decisions need to be made. One of the things I want to pose to, Luis Frosto, our Director of Administrative Services, he's leading our finances for our city. But yet, I think it's important for you to help our community understand how you can incorporate $1 million in salary increases into a $7 million deficit. I think that's a very valuable question. I think that the residents deserve to know. How can you accomplish that? But thank you very much. Thank you for your services.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're closing the audience. Did we get any emails on this item?
Yes, we did. Madam Mayor, I received one from Mr. Robert urging the city to explore cost savings measures, such as reducing operating expenses and improving administrative efficiency rather than increasing the financial burden on residents. I received another one from Maria Chavez, a longtime resident of Southgate, expressing strong opposition to the proposed city budget. I received one from Mr. Roberto Sanchez, expressing strong disappointment with the city's spending priorities, criticizing the use of funds on non-essential items rather than core services like parks, streets, sidewalks, and public safety. The last one I received from Mr. Gabriel Guerrero, who is a senior citizen and a 55-year resident of Southgate, and he strongly opposes the proposed increases to utility costs, explaining that he has limited Social Security income and barely covers food and medicine. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
so
if I
with
may
that,
ask the city clerk if she can send me those emails, because I only got one.
All the emails will be sent to
Thank
each and
you.
every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to continue the item and also to create this subcommittee to oversee the budget. Would that be the
Madam Mayor, that would be a ad hoc.
an ad hoc? Yeah, there you go. And that would be Councilman Rios and Councilwoman Avalos. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. Okay, motion passes. And with that, we'll go to non-agenda items.
Madam Mayor, can we make note that
Oh,
Councilmember
yes.
Gil Hurtado left because he wasn't feeling good well?
Yes. With that, Be in the record, please.
I'm sorry.
The Councilmember Hurtado left because he wasn't feeling well.
Yes, he left at 7:26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, go ahead. This is comments from the audience and non-agenda items.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, I'm breaking things. All right. So, like I said, Liz Ruiz on Kaufman Avenue. So again, I wanted to appreciate, the city's commitment to having PD not work with ICE. I do want to ask, though, in light of Huntington Park Mayor's recent directive to their own police department to start enforcing laws on, I believe it was the masking law on individuals within the city that do not present themselves as ICE, don't show ID, don't show warrant. I would like to ask our own police department to do something similar and even go beyond that. I believe that, these people are often masked, don't have any insignia that indicate their eyes, don't have any insignia indicating their PD, police, or anything. And I think, they're terrorizing our communities. I believe any measure that can be taken with any regular residents should be taken with them. People aren't just allowed to walk around cities masked, carrying rifles. They should be, asked for ID, asked not to, carry rifles, not to pull them on people, not to try to run over residents. And, their cars are often not even, they don't even have licenses on them. They don't have license plates. People have spotted them swapping plates. So why not, do license plate checks? And I'm sorry to steal this comment if somebody else is going to say it, but they're oftentimes their windows are tinted. If residents, I often see them get stopped for tinted windows. Why can't they be stopped? And so again, I think this is a reasonable request to ask these individuals to, follow the law to the extent that we all have to, because they are terrorizing our communities. A lot of people don't even know where their family members are ending up. And, I'm speaking as somebody who knows people that have been affected by this and don't know where their family members have ended up. And it's a scary situation because, the Supreme Court just ruled that they can be sent overseas. They can be sent to Guantanamo. And it's not unknown. Everybody knows that oftentimes these aren't criminals. They don't have a criminal record. Crossing the border isn't a criminal offense, and they shouldn't be treated that way. People are humans. These detention centers don't have databases. I've heard that they have, they're writing names on a handwritten lists. That's not humane.
Thank you, Liz. And, touching on that, when we heard, when we saw this, the mayor from HP with those comments, and right away, we contacted our city manager and our chief of police. And that was the question to them, check with the chief of police and the city manager of HP. Are they implementing there? Are they allowed to implement this? And I'm going to have our chief of police talk about this because I think it's important for our community to know how far can we go? Because, if there's something that we can do to help our community, especially with everything that is going on, and how afraid and scared, that our community is, and we need to, check to see how far we can, what can we do and what we can do. But I can tell you right now, HP is not implementing that because I believe it's against the law. And that's what, but I'm going to have our chief of police talk about that. All right, thank you.
All right, so we're going to enter the hot summer months here, and I would, we just got through with the Tweedy Mile project, and redoing that whole street, and we have all these plants and trees, and our city here, we don't do restoration, we don't do maintenance, we don't do rehabilitation. I would like to know, does the city have a strategy on how to maintain those plants and trees that we just planted for, Tweedy Boulevard? I would hate, to see, come November and December, half of what we planted is dead. And, I'm willing to bet that, a year from now, half of that is going to be, just, dead and just, gone to ruin. But I would like to know if the city is going to, see that they get watered at least twice a week. I mean, we're going to enter the hot summer months, and half that stuff's going to be dead. I'm sorry to see that the old monkey is no longer here. What I originally wanted to say, I'm going to have to say it for another meeting. But I want to say to our council members is thank you so much for taking our city and rendering it into a tired and forgotten place. Yes, that, as a matter of fact, should be our city's slogan. Welcome to Southgate, a tired and forgotten place. That is your city, folks, a tired and forgotten place. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is it on? Is the mic
It's on.
Oh, okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So Francisco Gallegos, I live on Otis Street. And I'm really sorry I only have 3 minutes because I have two things, but I'm going to try to fit them in. The first one is, how could we sit? So I was here 2 weeks ago, and how could we just sit around and watch these individuals go to our community and brutalize our undocumented residents? These are residents that also pay taxes, and they pay the salaries of our police department. How could we not do something about this? How could we not just show up to these raids and make sure that they're treated with respect? They're treated with animals. Some of these people are families. People are outraged to see this. And I'm sure some of you up there are immigrants or sons of immigrants. How could you not feel what I feel when we see this? And Madam Mayor, you are the boss of the police department. Please do something about this so that you can show our people in our community. This is a huge community of immigrants, and they're all looking at you guys and the police. This is all going to take us into a new sector in our future here. We're losing respect for our police department, our elected leaders, because you're allowing this to happen. And I know that your hands are tied with this, but you can do more. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm outraged. I'm going to continue with the illegal fireworks. Vice Mayor Barron, you mentioned something about that, about possibly or maybe not implementing higher fines. The chief of police said, and I respect the chief of police, and I do believe what he means is it wouldn't make a difference because people aren't affording to pay the current fine. The problem is that they can afford to buy these illegal fireworks. The thing with that is that we've already set up shop for a new with these legal fireworks stands that are now up. And the thing that you don't understand is that because we are one of the few now communities that allow fireworks, so the people that are selling these things, which is very lucrative, the illegal fireworks are coming to our community. I saw that last year in vans full of illegal fireworks, just selling them out of the truck to our community. The problem with that is that you're not talking about smoke bombs and piccolo peats. You're talking about mortar type, half a stick of dynamite stuff. Every year it gets worse. So I want to know from you guys, like, what is it stopping you from saying, enough's enough? Our residents are not being responsible with fireworks, and there's going to be a horrific thing that's going to happen. It's going to happen because it's happening. It's just a matter of time. Where are you at? What are your pros and cons? I really want to know about this. The chief of police said, unless you do away with all fireworks altogether, there's no way I can patrol it. I believe him. He doesn't have enough cops to do that. So what are we weighing here? Are we weighing the little money that we get from these fundraiser stands, our safety? I've lived here for 50 years. Every year I have to, the pros and cons. We get horrific air for weeks and weeks. We get littered streets with spent fireworks things. Our sidewalks are scorched. These are the easy ones. The hard ones, our veterans that have PTSD, what do you think they do? Our elderly that are afraid to go out because of anxiety, our pets. You guys have pets. I'm sure that you struggle with your pets. Okay, those are the middle ones. The hard ones, these fireworks are so dangerous that they're going to burn something down, and then like Palisades, they could take off a whole block once it starts going. Do you think I'm going to have an easy time trying to put my through my insurance company to pay for my house that I paid so hard to pay? It's probably going to be horrible. Where are your pros and cons with this? I want to know, because it's not going to get better because we're one of the few cities that have fireworks here. They're just going to concentrate here. You got to do something about this. It's probably too late this year, but with the budget cuts and all that, you don't think it's going to get worse here next year? We're not going to be, it's just going to be horrible. Please do something about this. Vice Mayor Barron, please talk about this. I'm going to wait here at the end. Anybody that wants to speak of this, I want you to make it clear to me, why is it that you don't do this? What are the pros?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Myra Castañeda, Taft Avenue. I'm here just to say thank you to the City Council for supporting during these ICE raids / abductions, because that's what they are. I also want to say thank you to the Southgate Police Department and the chief for allowing during the protest. I know some people confuse a riot with the protest. There is a difference. For supporting the Southgate Police Departments. We're out there supporting everybody that was out there, practicing their right, their freedom of speech, freedom to assemble, freedom, you name it. Though some of those things are taken away at the moment. But I have more of a question of, if someone were to call 911, call the Southgate PD department and say, I just witnessed somebody being abducted by an unidentified individual, not wearing a uniform, not wearing a badge, not giving any badge number, any information, would the Southgate Police Department send someone en route to figure that out? Or would it just be added to the, well, it's an ICE raid? Because I personally witnessed myself, I'm part of a rapid response team, and I witnessed 2 ladies being taken by 2 men with brown pants, 2 white shirts, tennis shoes, and a covering on their face. That was it. Nothing showed that they were agents at all. They refused to give their name. They refused to give a badge number. They hopped on 2 white Tahoes with no plates. To me, that is considered an abduction. So what would the Southgate Police Department do if they got a phone call like that? Because in the city that I was at, I called and they told me it's part of an ICE raid. I disagree. And it was in Southgate. And that's why I'm bringing it up now, so that we can prepare. And I want to know, what would we do in that situation? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Maria Fausto. I am a special needs parent, coach, and parent advocate. This is my son, Aiden Leal, and this is his assistant, Miss Mariana Rodriguez. We are here today because we need your help. We need help with giving everyone accessibility to the restrooms at State Street Park. The safety, inclusion, and maintenance is a concern for us at this time. State Street Park gives my son Aiden an opportunity to participate in his community, and it's one of his favorite parks. However, he faces the challenge, and it is using the restroom. He does not have, it's not accessible for his needs. We all experience the world through our senses. Individuals with special needs can be extra sensitive or undersensitive to sensory input. This includes sights, sounds, smells, and textures. A restroom with strong, unpleasant odors can be completely overwhelming for individuals with this need. It affects their health, their behavior, and access to certain needs. In this case, it's the restroom. I know I am bringing this concern to you, and I want to help and participate to make changes possible. Implementing well-maintained, inclusive, and safe restrooms bring numerous benefits to our community as a whole. It enables access and equity for everyone. I do have a list of many agencies that would be willing to help if you were to need the support. And I am also available to help with anything that I could do to make these changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you can give us your information so we can follow up with you, Steve? Okay. The next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, council members, staff, and community. My name is Myra, and I'm a resident here in Southgate. And I'm here to talk about the ICE raids happening here in Southgate, but also in Southeast LA in particular. So, right, we know that these past couple of weeks, ICE has caused havoc in our community. We have community members that have been kidnapped from car washes, off the street, being pushed off bicycles, then taken. There's been suspicious SUVs parked at Southgate Park. And when approached, these agents refuse to identify themselves. And so people are afraid. People are afraid to go outside. People are afraid to shop. Our local businesses are also hurting as well. And so my question to you, council, is, Southgate, what are we doing? What are you doing about this? And what's the plan? Because the only statements that we've seen posted on social media, because right, everybody goes on that, is the June 7th and 9th post about Southgate PD not participating in immigration enforcement. I also know that there was that June 19th post of council reaffirming your support for the immigrant community. But what does that mean? Like how, what are we doing? I know that you all posted a resource link for the community, but outside of that, I haven't really seen much engagement. I would appreciate if there would be more communication from the city, especially since these last 2 weeks have been really hard here for Southgate folks. I've seen that cities like Bell Gardens, Bell, Cudahy, and Huntington Park have been way more active of reporting incidences or just, things that have been happening and following up more, posting more resources, workshops, and whatnot. So, and then I know that today, the city of Pasadena, their city council, posted a statement to denounce ICE raids in their community. We also know that Senate bills are being passed on the floor for the identification. So I would really appreciate more communication, because like a previous member said, like, what do you do? Like if I definitely see a masked individual in plain clothes, with an Amazon ICE vest, like taking someone in an unmarked call, like I'm going to call 911, but what does that mean? What will it happen? So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Baltasar Rodriguez, Victoria Avenue. I just want to echo the concerns that are going on with all of the ICE raids that are happening. Again, I want to remind you all that I am an educator. I work in a high school in Northeast LA. Our community is panicking at the moment. This in many ways reminds me of the fear that we felt during the COVID pandemic, where people were afraid to go out of their houses. I did volunteer for the garment district, for the garment union. So I know that a lot of the workers from the garment district live in Southgate, because I would personally drop off care packages to many of them, 12 households in total during the pandemic. I was afraid myself of getting sick, but I knew that the work had to be done. So I'm asking the council, police chief as well, you're definitely part of our community. I appreciate the support. I appreciated the post when I read it, that Southgate PD was not working with immigration enforcement. But, I have like 2 big concerns that are coming up. I saw the carnival on 4th of July that's happening. I want to know, how are we going to keep our community safe if there is a raid there? Have we thought about how we're going to vet people that come into the park? Is anyone from the council going to stand at the gates? I'll gladly stand with you and notify people inside if we do see any activities. Like keeping our community safe is it should be on all of our minds. You know, I don't know what that looks like. I also joined a group that's volunteer that's been surveying the neighborhood. I've been riding my bike to work every day and zigzagging through as I go all the way to Northeast LA, just so I can give people a heads up if I see any suspicious activity. So I want to know what coordination or what plan is being put in place within Southgate in order to keep our community safe. I mean, you know, we literally are a bunch of residents that are just using group chats to say, hey, I saw this suspicious vehicle. I've literally on my bike knocked on windows and asked them to lower their windows so I can make sure that it, you know, it's our people. Because as mentioned, you know, everyone has illegal tint now, so you can't see who's in what cars, you know. So when I'm on my bike, I'm knocking and I'm doing that. So I want to know what is the council doing? You know, how are we going to keep these people safe? And if people do show up, you know, to the carnival, how are we going to organize and mobilize it if there is a raid? You know, and you know, we keep saying that, you know, our immigrant, you know, neighbors, but it's more than just, it's everyone that's being taken at this point. You know, they're taking and asking questions, you know, later. You know, I know and I acknowledge that there's fear, you know, but you are elected representatives. You know, you need to be on the front lines. I'm willing to be there with you.
Jimmy Ozeda, Southgate resident. I think everybody's more than anything, kind of piggyback on some of the comments. I mean, it's clear that our vulnerable segment of the community needs reassurance during these challenging climate that we're navigating. Sometimes it might be you know, putting up some more social media posts. I know the city has, I don't know, 2, 3 most social media folks that manage their accounts. Maybe we can put a video together with city council members, you know, enforcing their support for, you know, vulnerable community. You know, it doesn't cost us anything but, you know, your time, which you guys are always willing to give up for other causes. You know, as we kind of navigate, you know, shift gears, these are also the same segment of our community, along with other segments of our community that are navigating financial instability. So when you think about, you know, increasing taxes, you know, for folks to pay $50, $70 might not be a big deal. But for folks that are working 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet and provide for their families, that can determine whether they have to work another part-time job on top of their 2 to 3 jobs that they're already navigating. So sometimes those are decisions that, you know, we shouldn't take lightly. Clearly, we all have a certain level of privilege, but that's a privilege that's not extended to everyone in our community, or working class community. I kind of go back to the notion that we need to explore every option before we think of exploring a tax on our community. I've heard the so-called communication around it's about 10% tax, but only 2% goes back to the city. At the end of the day, it's 10% or 10.75% that the city pays, or that our residents pay. Regardless of how much of that tax that goes back to the city, it's still a tax that they have to pay. In regards to the utility tax being the solution to our problems, yeah, it'll bring in additional revenue, but not until we address our willingness to really be fiscally managed. Our fiscal management and financial analysis, will we actually be a thriving city? It just, once again, it'd just be the inevitable where city staff and our council members will make decisions that will require us to restructure the city. Moving forward, in regards to providing oversight, that seems to be an area of opportunity for us. You don't know how many times things come down and you guys approve, but yet I don't ever see a rundown in regards to the overall sustainability. So when you think about expanding programs and services, the next question you have to ask yourself is, how are we going to be able to sustain that? And I think that's what's been lacking, is that we're always very generous to do more, generous to take care of, you know, our own infrastructure in our city, but then how can we sustain that if, you know, the revenue isn't going up, but yet expenses continue to increase? So once again, you know, that's a recipe for disaster. And that's why we find ourselves in this fiscal crisis that now we are having to navigate. But thank you for your service. Have a good evening.
Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Alfonso. I'm a resident here in Southgate. First off, starting the meeting with a prayer was crazy for me, because I thought that was a separation of you guys know what I'm saying. There you go. Thank you. So that was just a little crazy for me. This is my first time at a meeting. So as far as what's going with ICE, I know what happens if we call and we see something, because I saw 4 SUVs parked at Southgate Park. They had, their things for their gun, but no vest, no nothing. I pulled up to them. I took pictures of everything. I asked them where they were from. They said Long Beach PD. I go, what are you doing in Southgate? You know what I mean? They were, then I asked them for a badge number, gave me a fake badge number, and then gave me John Doe. He said John, then Doe, and then his partner was Jack Me Off. These guys are unprofessional. They're coming into our cities, terrorizing us. And I think the community is doing more than the police department. This is what I think. It's not what I know. Because this is what I've seen is the community taking action, calling these people out. I chased that car because I didn't know it was an ICE agent. I chased them down Tweedy, not chased them, followed them honking and screaming La Migra, because I don't know who the hell he was. You know what I mean? And I called PD and I said, there's 4 cars, weapons, no identification, dark tint. And they just kept asking stupid questions. I was getting so frustrated because it was like, what are you talking about? There's armed men in the park. And last time I checked, you're not supposed to have a weapon in the park or near a school. So you're bringing these people around our schools, our children, and our parks. And you guys are allowing it. Because the people that worked at the park saw them and they didn't say shit. They didn't do nothing. And when I told them they were like, oh, what do we care? Doesn't concern us. Like that kind of attitude. That really pissed me off because I love this city. Mind you, I'm a transplant from Bell. And, rivalry because high schools and all that. I always grew up clowning Southgate. But now that I live here, and I've lived here for a while now, this is a great city, man. And I spent a lot of time here. And I did a lot of damage here when I was younger. Shit, the court here is what straightened me out. Drug court. That's what straightened me out here. So I owe this city a lot. And I need you guys to do something. Our community's doing more. There's people that are afraid to go get their medication. They'd rather go without their medication than go out. There's people that won't go get their groceries, they're elders, and they're afraid to go out. And the community is doing something, but what are you guys doing? People are going without their meds. And what are you guys doing? You know what I mean? Talk is cheap, man. You guys need to start taking some action with some of these groups that are already gathered and already taking action. Where I post up by Gonzalez because I know the people that work there. I go there, that's my market. And I post up right there from early morning to whenever I can because I have injuries and I start getting pain. I have to go home. But I park there to watch them. And I just don't see anything happening with the city. I don't see you guys doing anything to help us, man. And maybe it's a lack of communication with us, but I would like to see something happen.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Edgar Pelayo, Madison Avenue. Just wanted to, I guess, touch a bit on some of what the other residents have been speaking about. In these times, it's challenging for many families. And I think that, there's a lot of people that possibly would be able to attend meetings. However, because of fear and, other things, they're not here. So it's a great opportunity to revisit the call-in feature and the virtual option for the city council meetings, because that can give them a voice. That can give them an opportunity to be able to share their thoughts, opinions on items that are on the agenda. So I think that we should revisit that. And I know that there was a few months back, there was something on the agenda where staff was going to look into it and see what could be done. I don't think we've gotten an update on that, but I'd like to have an update on that in terms of what has been done and what are the options available to us. Switching gears, I'd like to also speak on the utility users tax. And there was also a survey conducted on that. And I'd like to know what the results of that were. I mean, we spent the money for it. I think that we need to know what came out of that and what the community said, because that should definitely guide you guys in moving forward with or without that tax. That tax, in my opinion, is not a solution. It's maybe a Band-Aid on what we're going through. And so, again, if it's not a real solution, why are we considering it, right? And I think we need to explore other things. In most organizations, when cuts come about, we have to look at the largest sectors. What absorbs most of the budget, right? And we have to look at that and what cuts can we make there, because that's going to make the biggest difference. So I think that we should explore that. And I think that I'd like to echo what our treasurer mentioned in terms of making and taking action now versus waiting and, see what else happens and kicking the can down the road a bit more. We already know where that has gotten us. And so I think that some of those decisions need to be made now. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, name's Alice Corto. My family's been residents in business and residents here since 1967. And, first of all, I totally agree with the gentleman. I wish you could revisit where, you can see, I'm septuagenarian. I'm really old, and it made it a lot easier during COVID to participate over the phone. I could call. But anyway, I really can sympathize with people that have maybe had a family member who was illegal and after some years was deported. However, these are the same people that vote for a legislature in Sacramento that made this a sanctuary state. By the way, that's not in the Constitution. And that ties up your hands. If people think that you're going to stand up against federal agents, I don't want my tax money to go to bail you out when you end up getting arrested by federal agents. And I really think people need to rethink that, try and think that you're going to stand up against federal agents. And they tie, your Sacramento has tied up your hands, they've tied up our police department's hands. If they would redo that, this administration really couldn't have done this whole thing. And really, a lot of the blame goes to the previous administration. And like I said, I can sympathize that, people have to realize that they can't think that trying to put a burden on you to go up against federal agents. And that's like I said, I don't want my tax money going to having to maybe bail you out or something if something were to go wrong. It's not going. You can't do that. So hopefully, Sacramento will revisit that whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jose Vasquez. I'm a Southgate resident. Appreciate it. So I'll just read this. Hello, I'm here tonight because the city council has been disappointing when it comes to protecting the immigrant community. As mentioned, ICE raids are happening right now in Southgate. Families are being torn apart. People are being snatched off the street by unidentified agents in unmarked cars. And what have you done? All we got was a weak press release. No resolution, no action, and even the resource link you provided doesn't work. And honestly, it makes sense when this council pushed to crack down on street vendors, you're going after the same people that ICE targets. Have you forgotten where you come from? Yes, you, your family, your parents were once immigrants, and they could have easily been in their place. We saw Mayor Davila did a photo op standing with Karen Bass, but just like Karen Bass, you haven't done anything to stop these ICE raids. And as someone mentioned earlier, in Huntington Park, the mayor at the very least ordered the police to enforce laws requiring unmarked cars to display their plates. And as you mentioned, you said something that maybe we have to follow the laws, but must I remind you that not all laws should be followed? At some point in time, women were not allowed to vote. African Americans were enslaved. The civil rights movement was not accomplished by following the laws. So I ask you to be real leaders. We need you to be real leaders who are protect the most vulnerable, who stand up for the community. And even when it's uncomfortable, even when it puts you at risk, you need to be a leader. But I don't see any leaders right now. Seems like you're more worried about your image than standing with the people of the city. That's not leadership. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. Nelson Hermosillo, Dorothy Avenue, longtime resident. I'm also a special agent with the Federal Office of Inspector General, so I'd like to shed some light on what's going on. And the people in the back, the city can do very little against the federal government. I'm sure Darren will speak. There's a supremacy clause, so the city, any state, local agency cannot go against the federal government. However, what the city employees, what city residents can do is, it's not ICE that's doing this vast majority of stuff out there. It's U.S. Border Patrol. U.S. Border Patrol does not belong in the city. We're nowhere near a border. And here's a phone number to contact their Office of Prevention Responsibility, 1-877 1-877-246-8253. 1-877-246-8253. Contact them for misconduct and contact the ACLU. I don't want them here. The residents don't want them here. We don't want our civil rights violated here. On that same note, we keep voting politicians that aren't fixing the issue. I voted for Nanette Barragan. I voted for Alex Padilla. I voted for Steve Garvey. He was in favor of amnesty, but he didn't get elected because of a letter next to his name. So as residents, we need to vote our politicians, particularly our federal politicians, in based on what they're going to do for us and not the letter next to their name. They've been dangling the carrot in front of us for 30 years on amnesty and immigration reform, and this is what happened. This is the result. Out there, Border Patrol is in a city they don't belong because we keep voting incompetent politicians. So start calling Nanette Barragan, start calling Alex Padilla, start calling Adam Schiff, flood their office, force them to make a change, or elect them out of office to someone that will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, do we have any, I'm going to close the audience, and do we have any emails?
We have one email, Madam Mayor, for the non-agenda item from Mr. Thomas Buckley, who wishes to express ongoing concerns regarding the lack of response from the Southgate City Clerk's office for 2 public records requests. He previously has requested, despite the confirmation that the records are disclosable, no further fulfillment has been received. And that is it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And before I go to any director's report, I'm going to go straight to our chief of police. And can you answer some of the questions that, no, can you answer the questions that were asked?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I appreciate the comments from the audience about what's going on. So over the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of information put out on social media, on mainstream media, and there's a lot of conflicting information put out by elected officials all over the county. And I can assure you that our city council does care, because I get called all the time for the last 2 weeks, been called all the time about this issue, about what we're doing. So as Nelson had mentioned, just to kind of give you a high level explanation of where local government sits in the hierarchy of enforcement. The federal government has the authority to come into any state in the United States, including California, just like the Attorney General can come into the city of Southgate to investigate. The county can come into the city of Southgate to investigate. The LA County District Attorney can come in to investigate. We're at the lowest level of the hierarchy. We don't investigate up. So there's a misunderstanding about what local law enforcement can do. We don't have authority, and we never had authority to investigate state agencies or the federal government. So the question is, the emotional question is all the time, has been swirling, is what can we do as local law enforcement when ICE comes to town? And it's a very hard question to answer, because the law limits us in what we can do. When ICE comes to town, what we do know is, we've had constant communication with all the LA County chiefs and the sheriff, including the LAPD chief. My most recent conversation during a conference was on Friday. And what we do during these meetings is we talk about incidents that happen in particular cities and how each city and the county are addressing them, and they're universally the same. I've been here since the early 1990s, and we have never, as a local agency, had the authority, nor did we do any enforcement on immigration. That's not to say that immigration has not been here before. Prior to Senate Bill 54, which was implemented in 2019, they would occasionally drop in the jail when somebody was getting released when they had a warrant for the removal. These are people that have been incarcerated for crimes committed in California, and they were subjected to removal. So what I do know is that the federal government shepherd all the federal agencies to help with the immigration enforcement. So you're not just going to see ICE, you're going to see Customs Border Protection, DEA, Homeland Security, the FBI, That's why when you go out there, they've got different uniforms, you get different agencies out there. And there's no requirement that I know of that requires a federal agency to identify themselves to anyone in the public when they're out there conducting federal investigations or federal business. It's different with the state. In the state of California, most, if not all, police agencies are required by policy. We have a policy. If somebody wants our name and our badge number, we give it up. It's not that big of a deal with us. The masking requirement, I understand what people are saying, that we can't identify the police officers. That is, again, another part of the equation where we can't go and ask somebody if to show us their face. That's the authority is not there for us to do what people want us to do. And that's a sticking point. Unfortunately, this is a very emotional issue. And sometimes people are not logical and they don't understand the laws and they don't want to understand the laws. But we go out there, and over the last couple of weeks, we've been going to other cities on mutual aid. When we went out to the city of Bell last week, there was an incident where ICE was out there doing an investigation, taking people into custody, and there was a mob that slashed tires and broke windows. Our role when we go out on mutual aid is public safety. When Bell PD can't handle it, they'll call us, and the local agencies, Downey, Southgate, Huntington Park, Bell Gardens, we'll send officers over there because our job is to maintain public safety. What's happened is people perceive that as us assisting ICE, and it's precisely the opposite. We have an obligation to keep the peace. If people are attacking federal agents for they're enforcing the law or what they perceive as a law, we can't pick and choose whether or not we should be trying to keep the peace. It's almost like us doing an investigation for a gang-on-gang crime. If a gang member shoots another gang member, we don't care who the victim is. We still investigate. If we have the evidence to arrest somebody, we do that. So the principle is the same. When we get mutual aid requests from other agencies, we have to go out there and respond appropriately. We're very fortunate because Southgate, although ICE has been here, we haven't had the civil unrest that we've seen in other cities. We had a protest at Azalea, very peaceful. We wanted to make sure it was facilitated the right way, and we haven't suffered any damage in Southgate. So there's no doubt that this is a very emotional issue. The council does care because I talk to them all the time, but my job is to give them the information they need to hear, not what they want to hear. And sometimes those two avenues are in conflict with another. We're going to continue to go out there and advocate for what's right. I don't necessarily agree with the way that the people being taken into custody has been handled. Again, I'm a local police chief, and I have no authority to go in there and tell the federal authorities, show me your ID. Now, I know that there's some discussions about whether or not this Senate bill, this vigilante law, will pass. I actually question whether or not that's enforceable because it goes back to the same principle. Do we have the authority to have oversight on federal government investigations? And I think the general consensus for most chiefs is that we don't. Because what happens when we go out there during the middle of an investigation and a federal agent decides they don't like the question that the local law enforcement is asking? If that local police officer gets taken into custody, we have a whole host of other problems that we have to worry about. I do agree with Nelson. This has to be fixed at the legislature level. It really does. There's no easy answer, and I wish I did have an answer. But it's kind of one of those issues in public administration called wicked problem, that there's no true solution for this. With regards to, and I have heard this before, and I cringe when I hear it, some people are suggesting call 911 and say that there's a man with a rifle to get us to respond. That's absolutely dangerous because you're actually putting a lot of people in jeopardy when you give us information like that. To date, I have no information that anyone has been abducted outside of any law enforcement activity. For example, I know what people are concerned about. Are they real ICE agents, or are they crooks stealing people? And there's no reports, and the district attorney has been good communicating with us whether or not imposters are coming out there kidnapping people. There's no reports of that. So I really want to caution people, you know, and when you call in, the dispatchers have to ask a lot of questions. I know it's frustrating, but that is their job, to get information, because a lot of the information that you provided goes out to an officer that's responding or out in the field. So you can't get offended that they ask a lot of questions. That's what they're hired to do. Again, I caution that people call and say there's armed men kidnapping. We'll assess the situation. If we send an officer out and we see that there's ICE agents out there, that's clearly ICE agents, we're not gonna do anything. We have no authority to go up there and question federal authorities. Finally, one of the things that I just wanted to mention is that the information should come from me. It shouldn't come from the city council. And that's a good takeaway that I got from you tonight. It's just feeding more information about what we can and can't do. I'll make sure that that gets out. Unfortunately, some of the information that I'm giving to you is not satisfactory to some people, but we do have limitations on what we can do within the local government perspective. So I hope that answers your questions. And Mayor, if you had anything else?
If you don't mind.
Yes, sure. Yeah, we can go before. You have a question? Go for it.
Same here.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to first echo what a lot of the audience members spoke about, that it is frustrating and scary, upsetting about what's going on out there. And that, yes, you haven't seen us out there publicly posting things of what we're doing, because I'm really sensitive to the fact that I don't want to politicize what we're doing, because I respect the privacy of the families that we're helping. I respect that the fact that in the last 2 weeks we've delivered food to over 100 families who have reached out to us asking us for support. We reached out to a lot of nonprofits. We have a group of just amazing family members, the Family Lopez Support Group, who reached out to me and said, "Hey, I have families in need of food. Is there a way for us to be able to get that?" And with the nonprofit that I'm associated with, the Sela Kiwanis, we were able to link them up. We got our volunteers out there. We boxed those foods for them. We're able to deliver to them, and those foods were able to be distributed to those families. Another nonprofit that's local in the city of Southgate, who really wishes not to be known because a lot of their funding is federally funded, that if they start telling people, I'm giving these resources or I'm doing this, they're so worried of the retaliation that may come. So I appreciate that, other elected officials are out there pounding, social media. I just do things differently. I'm sorry, I'm just not that guy that wants to be posting every little thing about how, we're standing there. I was at the Azalea, protest. I think I remember seeing one of your faces there, and it was, I showed up that day very upset because I was tired, and that day gave me hope. It really did. And every day, guys, we just got to keep pushing. We got to keep pushing because, I was reading the article today about that man who was just pushed down, the gardener at IHOP. Could have been my dad. So when you guys look at us, we're human, guys. When you guys look at us and say, "What are you doing?" We're hurting just like you.
And I would echo that with Vice Mayor and all of my colleagues up here. I see you, I hear you, I asked you, email me if you need resources. I haven't gotten any emails. But let me tell you what we have done. While these ICE raids were happening, there was a workshop that was going on that was supposed to happen at the park. We changed it at the last minute because of these raids of Know Your Rights. Several community members did come out, and we went to a local attorney here in Southgate. What have I been doing? Delivering food to our community. So Mr. Baltazar, if you are available, I would love to work with you if you know a lot of our immigrant community, because that's exactly what we have all been doing. We're not posting any of this. We're not posting these workshops, because guess who's going to come to those workshops? They will be there. And the last thing I want on my conscience is to know that one of my community members was taken because of an event that we hosted. So I hear you. We need to do more. But our hands are tied up to a certain degree. And I agree with you, Mr. Nelson. We need to start changing our representatives at the federal level who will definitely be advocating for us. Nanette Barragan did have a town hall meeting. I attended that town hall meeting. I asked our city manager to make sure that we put that information on our website. Again, it was Chirla and Immigration Defenders. Those were the two resources that they gave us. So we are doing what we're supposed to be doing. We're just not broadcasting it because I don't want any of our community members to be taken in events that we are hosting. So again, we need to do this intelligently and strategic to make sure we are all safe, because any of us can be taken. Citizens have been taken. And according to this new administration, they even want to deport US citizens. Where? I don't know, but that's their forethought. So I appreciate all of you coming in and expressing your concerns, but I can assure you, I'm doing as much as I possibly can, and I know my colleagues are doing as much as they possibly can. And it's affecting all of us at an emotional level. Our mental health is at the brink of breaking when we see our brothers and sisters treated in a very inhumane manner. And sadly, it's some of these corporations that employed them that are turning them in. That to me is much more disappointing. So again, if you need any resources, I hope I speak for my colleagues, email us so that we can get you those resources that you need. We all work with different nonprofits here in the community. And this is a time where we need to band together, unite, stand together. I was also at that protest. I got there late. But that was the same night that we were having that immigration workshop. So I hope that we can come together to be able to resolve and stand next to our community and let them know we are here for you. We're human beings just like all of you. But I can assure you that all of us are doing as much as we possibly can. I'm off school already. There hasn't been a day that I haven't been coming home after midnight, running from one place to another. And those of you that are here that know me, you know I have. I'm not making it up. And I can assure you that my colleagues have been doing the same in their own way, but they've been working.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
The chief has further.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. One question I did want to ask you, because it was brought up by the community. Given the fact that we're having the 4th of July Carnival, would we be able to share with the community what plans we have in place, or what will we have in place to make sure that our community is safe during the event? Thank you.
Sure. We do know that a couple neighboring cities had canceled their events for the next couple of months, which we expect may bring more people to our 4th of July celebration at the park. We will have extra police officers on patrol. Again, the wild card is we don't know if immigration is going to come. And again, if and when they come, we'll have to assess it and address it accordingly. But it's going to be a fun event like it is every year. We're hoping that people come out. We don't want people to be scared. I understand the fear, but You have a couple of cities that canceled events. I think that's going to draw a big crowd to the city of Southgate, and we're hoping that it goes off without a hitch. I did want to mention one thing because as a chief, it's very important to me that I discuss this with everybody. It involves the violence that we've seen. I had mentioned this at the last council meeting. Local law enforcement is in the middle of this, not by choice, right? It was just something that was brought about, and we are held in the middle of it. When the incidents started happening in downtown LA, mutual aid was called, and we sent our police officers out to downtown LA. And by all accounts, it's very scary when you have objects being thrown at you and explosives being thrown at you. I have to make it very clear because, again, this is a very emotional subject. I don't think there's going to be a real solution anytime soon. But what is for sure is a district attorney and all of the law enforcement agencies have committed is that we're going to arrest people that attack local police officers. There's no debate about it. We're out there trying to keep the peace, but we're also not going to sit there and be victims because sometimes emotions overtake the logic, and people believe assaulting police officers is the way out of this, and that's not the way out of it. You got to respect the local law enforcement agencies. Most of us in this community, I mentioned this last time, we're 85-90% representative of this community. It's very, very rare. A lot of the officers that work here are from this community. They understand, and they feel very passionate about the same things that you do. But they also have a job to do, and they have to do it with dignity and respect. And we want to make sure that everyone's clear that violence against police officers, whether it's in immigration enforcement or if it's serving a search warrant or if it's doing anything that they're required to do enforcing the law, we're gonna make sure that the police officers come home safe to their families as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to comment a couple of things. Thank the audience for being here. Those of you here that were here. I did want to say that we are doing, and I echo a lot of my comments. We did meet some of the Southeast elected leaders met last week, Friday, to discuss this very issue, and so we want to do something more than symbolic, what's already going on. So a plan, we're going to discuss with my colleagues. I was there representing Southgate, 5 cities in the area, and do an action, something that we could do, whether it's Know Your Rights or counsel, a support group with children that are maybe have parents that are fearful. There's a number of projects that they identified that we could do, and so we're going to coordinate that. But a culminating project is to do a peaceful march through the 5 cities, and so not through the street, but through the sidewalk, because it will cost us money to shut down. So because really, a lot of us really feel that sometimes these agents have gone over. They brought violence to our community. They treated people indifferent. Immigrant community has always been part of this country, and they've always contributed. And the way they're going about treating the immigrant community is not right. And I can see why people are reacting, throwing things, because they're treating our community. These are community members and our family members like they're animals in some cases, and it's not acceptable. Because if we let that happen now, this administration is talking about, well, permanent residents shouldn't be treated with the same rights now. Next thing, if you disagree with them, they're going to come after us, anybody. I mean, that's how far this administration is going. So I think it's important that we stand up, that we are unified in whatever efforts we do that are peaceful. I think it's important that we're peaceful, but it's important that we do stand up, because today it's the immigrant, later on it's somebody else. And it's always been about the immigrant. They always target the immigrant, but yet they're the ones, because they're the more vulnerable. But reality, they contribute a lot to our society, and we know it. And this country is built on the backs of immigrants, and the way they're being treated is just not right. So we're going to continue to be involved, all my colleagues, and we're going to, do things. And if there's going to be a culminating march, we'll let you know. We'll post it. But every city is going to be doing something. Bell, Maywood, Linwood, Cudahy, all the Huntington Park. So we'll keep you posted on that effort. And I hear the chief, but if we don't do anything, this could get out of hand. We have to we have to do something, right? We have to. So, and I think we don't know how to go about it, but there is a separation of state and the federal government. And I know some of our elected officials are trying to find, I know that we're in the minority. The Democrats are in the minority right now. Let's face it, in the Congress, in the lower house, and in the Senate. We know that next year, midterm elections. That's so important, folks, because that can change the tide. We don't have to wait 4 years. In the midterm elections, people could go out there, and it's been more than just the immigrant community that's been protesting for not just this policy, but other policies and what's going on. So if I think we do our civic duty come November, we have a different House of Representatives, a different leader of the House of Representatives, a different leader of the United States Senate, and we could start turning this around. So we gotta hold our heads up high and be proud of the immigrant community. I represent that immigrant community. I'm a part of that, and I feel that it's important that we at least state that and for now. But I just wanted to say that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
if I may, I do want to acknowledge the community members that are here, those of you that are on the rapid response, those of you that have been driving around and notifying our community, those of you that have been doing the work on the back end. Thank you. Genuinely, thank you on behalf of the immigrant community. Thank you on behalf of the residents of this beautiful city of Southgate. And I would hope that I'm speaking for this council. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. But we all need to come together to be able to work and protect our city as well as its residents, all of its residents.
thank you, Councilwoman. And I'm just going to, thank I'm gonna thank my colleagues because we all have been working behind the line. I think that right now we're in a situation that we need to be united. I mean, in order for to protect our community. I have been involved with the schools for many years. I have been receiving a lot of calls from people that I know that they need the services. And that's how I've been helping, making sure that they have food on the table. Just yesterday, I had a couple of meetings already set, but 11 families called that they needed food. What happened? I mean, I got one of my club members and say, okay, we need to go and get food from a place that I can mention. And we got them food for for at least for that week. But that's how we've been working. It's not that we're not doing nothing, that we don't want to do anything. We've all been working behind the line and we cannot promote it because we don't want to expose. We don't want to expose those families because they ask me, do you need photos? No, I do not need anything. I just need you to say that you have a need and we'll get you that food to the table. I have families that they did not go to their son's daughter's graduation because they were scared. And that is heartbreaking because our families right now, they're being targeted. They're racial profiling on Hispanics. And that's us. As a Mexican myself, an immigrant that came to the state when I was young, I feel it every time I see somebody getting handcuffed. We feel it. It's not that we don't have feelings. We need to make sure that we protect those that we know. And I know a lot of people, a lot of residents here in the community, and I am going to protect them because I am not going to say what I'm doing. Our colleagues, they know people, residents with children. The other day I went through the park and the park was empty. When a day like yesterday, it will always be full. That's heartbreaking. But do not assume that we're not doing anything. We're doing as much as we can. We don't post it. We just don't. We do what we can. And we're going to do as much as we can, as long as we can. That's for sure. One day I might give you a call. I need help, so you can come and help me unbox some food. You know what? I hope that you can respond on that. Because right now we have hundreds of families. Yesterday was 11. Today it was 12. But unfortunately, we didn't have no, I was over here and I needed to take them to where we get the food. But tomorrow, we're going to have to go and get those food for those families and ask for food from our local vendors. So when you say that we need to do more, absolutely we do need to do more. That we need to be out there protesting, we will be out there protesting. If that's what it takes, that's what we need to do. But let's take care of those families that need that food and the table. And like again, they mentioned medication. Yes, if I can go and pick up your medication, let's go pick up your medication. At least the service club that I'm a member of, we're willing to do that. But please help us, because we're going to need everybody's help. We are in this together, and this is not going to stop tomorrow. This is going to continue, and heaven knows how long it's gonna go. But I'm gonna stop there, and again, because we can get passionate, emotional, but you know what? I think as long as we are together as a community in this, we can get our communities afloat. And this is where we all need to be, united.
Yeah.
So with that,
Can I just say one
Sure, go
last thing? And I want to apologize for my emotions earlier, but it's just hard, right? But just in reading this morning, the Latino economy, what it means to the GDP of the United States, we make up over $4.1 trillion of the GDP annually. That's more than that would be the fifth largest economy in the world. Just the Latino portion of the GDP that we contribute to the United States, that would be larger than any other country besides the U.S., China, Germany, and Japan. Just the Latino GDP. Imagine the power that we would have if we would just be united in a cause and work towards the goal of something. I'm always wishful that this council is a vision of working towards a goal of a better tomorrow, that our community works towards the goal of a better tomorrow, that we become better neighbors to our residents. We have so much power and we don't even know it, and I think we have to start realizing it a lot better. So just food for thought, guys, that what we can do.
okay, with that, we're going to continue with the reports, and hopefully you guys are short. Answer the questions that they were asked. And Arturo, let's start with you.
Madam Mayor, I don't have any updates.
Okay. Steve?
Madam Mayor, I only have one update. Tomorrow, Arts crew will be fixing two of our streets around Southgate Park and around Ollydale Community Park. So there will be very limited parking at Southgate Park tomorrow from 9 a.m. Well, actually from all morning until approximately 3 p.m. So if you come and you can't go down Hildreth, you can't go down Pinehurst, the only places to park are near the auditorium or on Tweedy. That's it.
Thank you. Kate?
Madam Mayor, no updates from me.
Thank you. Luis?
Mayor, just a quick comment. Look forward to working with the ad hoc on continuing to refine the budget and hopefully make the changes that council would like to see. No other
John?
updates from me.
I got nothing.
And Chief, you already said enough.
I said way more than that.
Thank you. And thank you for doing what you guys do. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor Council. I'll just add a few, echo some of the comments made of the stress that all these events have hit the community, our council. I've seen the care they have for this community. It hurts. Our staff, it hurts. Our police officers have to be in the middle of this. It hurts. So do know we care.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing at this time. I just, because I don't want to take away from seriousness of the tone of the discussion we had, but just on the minor point regarding the Public Records Act, because it was raised, is the city clerk's office does a fine job of trying to respond timely to these matters, and then the process of actually producing the documents has to be done in priority to other work of the city. So while we are making an effort to produce these documents, they have to be done in order. And so I appreciate Mr. Buckley's frustration with not getting the documents. We will get him to him. I'm happy to talk to him directly about the status of these things, or any resident or anyone that makes a record request. But I'd like to make sure that the reputation of the city clerk's office remains intact. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, City Attorney. City Treasurer?
Just a quick comment, I just wanted to highlight that I also look forward to continuing the municipal budget discussion. And as we review further, let's just keep in mind that every dollar that we save today will protect essential services tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing.
Okay. Does council have any further comments? If not, so we can continue. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I just want to report on the committee that I do sit, which is with vector control.
Yes, go ahead.
So vector control came a couple of weeks ago and did a presentation. Part of their presentation was to go out to the community. They contacted an agency that conducted a survey to see how willing the communities were in increasing their fees from $18 to $42. That survey came back with thanks, but no thanks right now. So vector control is not going to be sending out any ballots to any property owners this October. So they're going to try again maybe next year and see if the community is willing to put in more money. But at this time, they are seizing that tax increase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought that I think it's important that maybe as part of the ad hoc committee, if it would be okay to have the city treasurer be in that as part of that committee. I think it would be something that I would recommend if it's okay with council.
City Attorney?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was just distracted. You posed the question one more time?
If the city treasurer can be part of the IHOC committee, would he have to be
I think what we could do is we could keep the ad hoc committee officially at 2 council members because that's the way it goes, and we can, invite guests and have them there. But the official designation is 2 council members, and then there's nothing with having the city treasurer be a part of a discussion, but not part of the committee.
Okay.
So we can allow for that.
Okay, if you're
occur.
available on any of the dates. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to consent calendar. And I know Hector was here for
Agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are consent calendar items, Madam Mayor.
consent.
You're for consent?
Madam
Do
Mayor.
you want to speak on it?
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
At the city attorney's request, I would like to call out item number 8 for a number of items because it's good. It's something good for this community. And there's just a slight tweak. I'd like to reserve the opportunity to make a minor adjustment to the contract. We don't have to get into the detail. But we do have a former mayor, former council member, former assembly member here with us. So maybe we could move that item up.
Okay, let's move on item number 8. So at this time, anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item? Or do you want to say something before city manager or just?
Well, let's call up item number 8 with the clerk first.
Go ahead, city clerk.
The City Council will consider approving an agreement with Gateway City Council of Governments for the installation, maintenance, and operation of the Gateway City's regional fiber optic network at no cost to the City of Southgate, and B, authorizing the mayor to execute their agreement in form acceptable to City Attorney. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And again, Hector, welcome to your city. You still live in the city.
Thank you. Hector de la Torre, resident of Southgate. But for today, I'm the executive director of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. This item is about the Gateway Cities Regional Fiber Network, which is going to connect 24 cities, city halls, with very high-speed fiber optic cable from 2 directions for redundancy at no cost to the city. We have procured, the COG has procured $104 million to build out this network. It is by far the biggest project that Gateway Cities has ever undertaken, over 4 times the previous high. And all of the work is going into the cities. So for Southgate, if you see on your agenda item, the map roughly comes across California, north, south to north, north to south, across the city. That is the line that's going to connect this building to the network.
Madam Mayor, if we can direct the city clerk if she can put it up so that those that are here can see
It's
it.
attachment B.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
You will also get 2 fiber optic strands for city use for free. They are what's called dark fiber, which means you have to light it to be able to use it. So you need equipment on either end to send the data through. But you will have 2 strands for your own purposes that you can do anything you want with. Conceivably, you could connect your own facilities. You could connect your public works yard. You can connect the PD. You could connect the parks if you wanted to on your own dime. That part's on your own dime. But you get the 2 strands for free here. You could also potentially, and this is every city can do this. There's the map. Can connect your industrial areas or your commercial areas like Tweedy Boulevard, conceivably. Or the big project would be to connect all the residents in the city. This is not something new. South Bay Council of Governments has done this already. They've been up and running for several years with theirs, except they took transportation dollars from all the cities to pay for it. We're getting this grant, so again, it's not costing you anything, and we're not taking anything from the city that you would otherwise use for other purposes. You will be networked with the other 23 gateway cities that are in the network for smart city collaboration and potentially IT cost sharing. You'll be on the same network. It will require a new internet service provider that will operate and maintain this network. But again, because the network itself, the building of the network was free, the potential costs are much lower. There's no marketing, there's no any of that other stuff. It's just operations and maintenance. Again, in South Bay COG, where they did this already, they saw a reduction, significant reduction in what the city pays for its internet access because of that, and it's much faster. What you can get from a carrier in this area is probably 1 gigabyte per second, if that. We're talking 10 gigabytes per second here with this. So just being here, the competition will hopefully influence other providers, because there is the potential for competition from this. So that is another possibility. Again, completely up to you. We're only doing the two things. We're connecting this building and we're giving you two dark fiber strands. Another thing that some of the other cities have done is ask for drops at certain locations. In Southgate's case, it's a pretty cut and dry thing because it's just north and south. But we can, at any point along the route, do a drop for the cable that you could then put a Wi-Fi tower on and serve that area, again, on your dime. But the drop itself, we can do for free and leave it there wherever you'd like along the route. And then the final piece, it isn't just this building. So the California Public Utilities Commission has identified pockets or neighborhoods around the state that are underserved. And there are a few of those on the map. Those pink fuchsia boxes or shapes, those are the areas that are going to be served with this network as well. So it isn't just City Hall. It looks like, just glancing at the map, the mobile home park is going to be served, looks like, right? And Carmont looks like it's going to be served. I can't believe it's underserved, but this is the PUC. We didn't make this up. They told us where we had to go with this. So you can see there the pockets, and then just north, I think that's in Cudahy, but there's one there. Anyway, those pink fuchsia boxes are those neighborhoods that will also be served directly by this effort. So that's what it is. We really appreciate, we've been working with staff on this. There was a little hiccup on Tweedy Boulevard because we had to go under it. You guys have just repaved it. But a wonderful staff person at the city found that you guys, when you paved it, you'd put in a conduit, and that's all we need is it's a just a tube that we can run the line through. So we didn't have to dig anything there. That was very smart on your part. So, and it saved us a whole lot of grief. So thank you for working with us to shape this. And we look forward to implementing it. It will be done by December of 2026. We have 18 months to build all of this. And so that is what the urgency is. That's why we've been trying to wrap this up so that we can get to the building part. In this city, you are the 6th city to, if you vote for it, to approve it. And we have 18 to go. So thank you.
When is the groundbreaking for this?
Tomorrow at 10 a.m. in Compton.
Compton. Okay.
We sent out emails to all of you and to the city manager. 10 a.m. in Compton tomorrow is the groundbreaking. They're a little ahead of you on the timing, but we're going to get to everybody because we got to get it done.
Yeah, before you go, I just want to take the opportunity to, first of all, thank you for the great job that you did up in Sacramento, talking to the governor and to the people who actually wrote the grant. And you were very, very essential in getting this money to the Southeast. So thank you for that.
At one point, they told us that we were going to have to wait because they didn't have enough money.
Mhm.
And so thank goodness, six leaders from our cities, not Southgate, but there were cities that were on the governor's press release for this project. And they were all cut out like most of the cities were. And so we said, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it took a few months to get their attention, and we got them to reverse themselves and include us in round one.
Right.
And there is no round two because Sacramento doesn't have any money. So I knew that if we didn't get into round one, it wasn't going to happen. And so we were able to get them to change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, anyone in the audience?
So yes, thank God for the Gateway Cities COG for making this happen, because otherwise, I mean, I don't see how our city would ever be able to pull this off. And I also participate in Cudahy's city council meetings. So they had one last Tuesday, and then the one prior to that it was on their agenda. So they're already ahead of us, and the item report for the city of Cudahy, theirs is going to commence July. They're actually going to break ground and move forward on construction in July. And it states in their item report that it's going to be completed by 6 months to complete the whole thing for the city of Cudahy. And so by the end of the year, they're going to get theirs. But what I didn't like about the item report for our fiber optic cable, whoever did it did a shabby job, because there's no start date as to when it's going to commence construction work here in our city. And there's no approximation of how long it's going to take and when it's going to be completed. Is it going to be done sometime later this year, sometime next year? So I don't like that. There should be some clarity as to when this thing is going to commence. The thing that thrills me about this, and council members, you had to make this happen, because otherwise this whole endeavor is pointless. I want to see a direct line going straight to our city clerk's station, so you could put an end to us losing city council meetings on YouTube where they crash and burn faster than a public works project by the great Puto Cervantes. This has to come to an end here, because I'm
Mr.
tired
Dominguez, I'm going to have to stop you there, okay?
What?
You can tell us, the council, anything you want, okay? You can cuss at us.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask you not to say anything to our staff. They are just here doing their job.
Mayor,
So
I don't
if
give people a pass.
No, I understand, but I'm going to ask you not to again insult any of our staff members.
That's really difficult.
So continue.
That's really
Well, I mean, I'm going to have to ask you, otherwise, I mean, we're going to take other measures. Thank you very much. Continue.
I'm sorry. I just don't give people a pass. You know that. I mean, I need to see better from this person that you hired here. I mean, this is a career position we're talking about here. You know, 20, 25, 30 years. He wanted the position. He has the position. So I need to see better from this individual that you have cursed us with in this position here. By the way, if we're going to be swapping out and trading directors like as if they're baseball cards, I think it's time for us to take a serious look.
Mr. Dominguez, can you just return back to this topic? Otherwise, we're going to have to end your time to speak. Please, just we're talking about this particular line, so let's get back to that.
Okay, I just don't appreciate being, getting direction on how I use my time. It's my time. Let me use it as I see fit. You want to, do a rebuttal afterwards. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. So I want to see a direct line of the fiber optic cable straight to Ms. Glaze's station. To put an end to us losing council meetings and them tanking as fast as they do with our directors' failed public work projects. And what was I say? Oh, yes. You won't spend any money to bring the white-haired gentleman that did the technology master plan last year to do an assessment to fix our fucked up cyber systems. At least give us the fiber optic cable so we don't lose our meetings.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my support for the fiber optic network, and I'm really hoping that it'll set the foundation for hopefully some sort of call-in feature. One of my colleagues previously mentioned that and asked, whether we would then be able to perhaps have a secondary option, call-in feature. I don't know if you can speak about it, but have a call-in feature that can serve as a secondary source to be able to keep the meetings running so that we don't run into the problem of not being able to broadcast the meeting and having had to postpone it. And so I'm really hoping that this is something that would really increase access to everybody. At the last budget meeting, you saw me carrying my baby. I was sitting here with her sleeping in my arms for a couple hours, and I got to tell you, it was the most excruciating couple of hours in my life, because as little as she is, those benches do not forgive. They are very uncomfortable, and yeah, I seriously feel like they cause some nerve damage. But and so it's really hard, I'm lucky to have a mother-in-law and my mom take care of her, but it's not always possible to have her there all day, and these meetings can run really late. My husband came really late to pick her up, and it's just it's hard. And other people have expressed their lack of ability to be here physically. And so public participation should always be a priority for the city council. The other item I wanted to talk about was the number 7, I believe.
Right
with
now,
the
we're only talking on item number 8.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I'll
so
come
we'll
back to
still
that
have
then.
a chance the next one.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening once again, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, Dorothy Avenue. Maybe a question Mr. De La Torre can answer. Is the funding contingent on the city approving it for the funding to come through? I have some concerns about redundancy and possible waste of funds. City of Southgate already has fiber optic. My home on Dorothy has up to 10 gigabits per second. Property on Pine Place has over a gigabit per second. AT&T supplies that. Spectrum supplies it here. My other concern is the ongoing costs. Where does this fiber line feed from? If it originates, for example, from Vernon, that's another beast in itself. It might be Verizon, it might be AT&T. So what would be our City of Southgate ongoing costs down the line? Because I highly doubt AT&T will want to tap into this fiber line when they have existing fiber lines that they laid out themselves. Coming from an IT perspective, I know ISPs are reluctant to use other people's lines. So those are the concerns I have with the ongoing costs down the line. Is it going to save us a little bit this year, next year, and then double, triple our costs down the line? I'd like to have those questions answered, particularly with our deficit.
Yes, thank you. Let me ask if there's any more questions before. Okay. Then I'm going to close the audience, but you can go ahead and
It's a
ask.
simple answer. This project is part of the state middle mile broadband network. It is owned by the state of California, and that is what we're tapping into. We are not using anybody else's, any private companies, anybody else's system. It is the state system. It's a public system. And when this is done, you're going to own it. There is going to be an ISP cost, but again, I described how that's going to play out. But in terms of the system itself, it will be yours.
Thank you.
Hector, do you want to talk about construction and time period? Do you know that?
Well, you're in phase 1, so there should be no difference between you and Cudahy or Linwood, the first group of cities that were planned out. So I don't think it's going to be 6 months. I think it's going to be longer than that. But certainly you will be starting first and you'll be done first within the group. There are 5 phases, so 5 groups of cities that are going to be served.
So would it be fair to say that we would be starting in July of this year or
Well,
December?
we have to make sure that we're good with your team here. I want to be clear that the right-of-way agreement that you're approving, that's fixed and it's one document, but the actual work of looking at all of these routes and anything, we caught one thing, but we're not done yet. Your public works will be given very detailed maps of this whole route. And there might be other things that we find or that you identify. So we need to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of what we're doing and where we're doing it. Once that's done, the digging starts.
Okay, thank you. City Treasurer, you had a question?
Sure, since I'm a geek at heart, I need to ask these questions as well. So just, for the public as well to be aware and just to make sure I understand it correctly, it's a private ring that's being installed, the fiber itself connecting multiple cities. The internet, to access the internet outside of that ring and communication requires a carrier, someone like AT&T or Verizon, to provide that service, that access to the websites or anywhere else outside of the network. But will the cities be able to communicate with each other in a private network without having to then interconnect with Verizon or AT&T?
Yes, the 24 cities, that I alluded to that in my comments. The 24 cities will be connected to each other outside of any other access issues that you might have. And so I mentioned IT, some possible IT simplification or economies of scale that could be done between those cities. Smart city applications, street lights, cameras, if you have them out in public, those kinds of things can also be.
And is
part
the
of this.
fiber that's being delivered to the city coming all the way into the facility, or is it just being delivered somewhere outside?
Inside.
Two
Yes.
different entrances.
Yes.
So there's a
for
significant
redundancy.
cost for the city if we had to go and execute this. And this was in our original master plan as well, for the technology master plan to implement dual entry, redundancy, in the event of a disaster. So this is, actually saving a significant amount of money. Just trenching on one side, it's a few $100,000 just to trench in one side of the building. So this potentially has a price tag of nearly, I would say, $1 million if we needed to trench and run our own dark fiber down, to the park
the
or
cost
other.
for just the Southgate portion is $2.1 million.
Yeah, so that's a huge benefit to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council have any questions? No? Okay, make
Make
a
a motion to approve?
And I'll second the motion.
Madam Mayor, I
Ro-
would just
yes,
make
go
sure that
ahead.
the motion always gets approved in a form acceptable to the city attorney. We will be making some minor modifications to the language to make it consistent with the other cities
Okay.
there. And then, as Mr. Delatorre said, there's still this is just giving access to this project here within the city. There's still an ongoing need for further discussion, further collaboration, potentially additional side agreements. So to the extent that we need those, I would just ask you to approve the right-of-way agreement, understanding there'll be changes made, minor changes to make this consistent with the agreement there, and authorize the city manager or his designee to be able to execute any side agreement consistent with the direction given.
Okay.
So move.
And I'll second that. And roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado? I'm sorry.
Excuse.
Thank you. Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
And Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes. Thank you, Hector. Okay.
Yay for selfie.
Okay, so with that, let's go on to consent, the rest of the items. Yes. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, can I get council back, please? Staff, council. If I can get council who are outside and, really? All right. All right. Let's go ahead and not yet. Let's continue with our, thank you very much. I have it. No, 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 no. Who is the vice mayor? Oh, okay. Okay, nothing I can do. Here he is. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yeah. Okay, I have three and we're good to go with three.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
If I can, I oversaw an item number 8 public comment. If I can read it for the record, please.
Okay, hold on. Let's have Councilman Rios comment, and then you can read it into the record. Okay, at this time, there was a comment for item number 8, and it was email. Can you go ahead and read it into the record, please?
Mr. Roberto Sanchez expressed support for the addition of fiber optics and requested that city implement the virtual or on-call option for city council meetings to do better, able to accommodate the residents who cannot attend in person. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now to continue with consent calendar, and this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. No, I'm going to open it to the audience. Emil, can you read it into the record, or did you already read it?
Let me read it again without the number 8. Agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and item number 9 are consent calendar items. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, anyone in the audience, please come forward.
Sorry, I'm kind of weaving this in, but regarding item number 7 with the Long Beach Conservation Corps and some of the street projects, maintenance, I did want to, I always run out of time to bring this up, but regarding the maintenance of the plants within the city, I know that, and this is kind of a question I keep forgetting to ask Art, whether there is a, and I kind of feel like I know the answer because I've seen people watering the plants by hand. And so there is no bubbler system within our city, right? I know that Huntington Park, having worked with tree people and doing their, I think we planted something like 1,500 trees throughout the city. On Pacific Boulevard, I know that they do tap into a underground bubbler system that waters the trees and plants themselves. And so my question is whether there's something like that in the city or whether there are plans. I mean, now with budget issues, I kind of don't foresee that, but whether that's even a possibility somehow in the future.
Is that,
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Again, I'm closing the audience. Do we have any emails on any of the items?
No emails for those items.
Okay, can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, Mayor and council members, the city has a large footprint of landscaping areas in various facilities, whether they're streets on major arterials or residential neighborhoods and parks or what have you. Many of our facilities do have landscaping systems, like for example, Firestone Boulevard, it's got a landscaping system with irrigation and what have you, but some areas just do not. Tweedy, for example, doesn't have a water line on Tweedy itself, and to construct an irrigation system would have been over $5-6 million to do that. So in that case, we're going to hand water those plants. when we're building or planting trees in residential neighborhoods on private parkways, cities don't traditionally install irrigation systems for those. Mostly residents irrigate that portion in front of their homes. So whether or not we have irrigation systems would depend on where that landscaping is situated. So in some cases we do, and in some cases we don't.
Thank you. Okay, council have any questions on any of the items?
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor. I
Go
have
ahead,
several.
Councilwoman.
So on item number 3, this would be a question for our city attorney. How can this council retroactively vote on an item that was accepted back in 2013? Item number 3? The next one would be for you, Arturo, item number 4, while he's researching that.
Yeah, I can answer that question in terms of what the council is doing. The city receives grant funds well in advance of when projects are constructed. Sometimes we receive them a year, 2 years, even before the money is available to the city. Those grant funds become available to the city over time, where design monies becomes available first, and once we get through that process, we can apply for construction money, and if we don't have enough, we continue to apply for more. So what happens many times in a lot of these grant funded projects is we enter into an MOU with the initial deadline for using those grant funds, and as just a bread and butter kind of business, we are regularly in communication with those grant agencies to continue to extend those deadlines to cover the life of the project. So what's happening with this particular amendment is you're being asked to approve an amendment to the funding agreement to extend the deadline to cover the period under which the project was under construction, which is recently. So you're not being asked to go back to 2013. You're just simply being asked to change the deadline or the lapsing date of those funds to the new deadline, which is February 28, 2025, which passed. But the idea there is it overlaps with completion of construction. And so that as we're continuing to apply for our reimbursements, that overlays. And so we're able to qualify for the reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. And the other one is for item number 4. So I don't know if this was a typo error for item A to go through June 30th, 2025, or is it June 30th, 2026 if you're asking for the 12-month extension?
Yes, Councilmember Avalos, that is a typo. We're looking for a 12-month extension. The current deadline ends June 30, 2025. We're looking for an additional 12 months, so that's correct. That is a
So
typo.
then that needs to be modified,
That
correct?
should be, June 30, 2026.
Thank you. And the next item is item number 5. Can you tell us why we did not do an RFP for custodial services, or we're just extending this contract?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a number of maintenance contracts of this type where we get a provider that provides services for a certain number of years. It's a good practice, in my opinion. It allows vendors to become familiar with our facilities, our practices, our needs, or what have you. Traditionally, we set 3-year terms for these contracts, and then we include a provision that could allow us to extend these contracts for 2 additional years with 1-year increments. And the way we look at that, one is we look at how they've been providing service, whether or not they want to keep the same rates. And if they've been doing a good job, largely what we do historically is continue to extend it for that 1 more year. And if they're continuing to provide good service, we would bring it back to a council to extend it for another year. So historically, we've gone out to RFP after that 5th year. The benefit of that is simply as costs have gone up. So if we went up out to RFP now, I just don't see how that would be possible, that we would get lower rates than from 3 years ago. So financially, that's the thought. And then from an operations perspective, the thought is we just need to see that continuity in services. So when they're doing a good job, we usually recommend to the council that we extend it another 12 months.
Okay. And the last one is for item number 9. Again, this is the special and the regular council meetings for May 13th. In the minutes, I see comments from the audience. It says video not audible. So my question is, what are we using? Are we using a video from YouTube, or are we actually recording so we could have audio? And how is it that we're doing our minutes, if we're doing it based on video or on audio? Because I know that YouTube has fallen several times. So, and I know several community members did come in and speak, but there's nothing in the record. And again, this is what the city is going to go back and say what happened, and there's nothing there.
I appreciate it. I can't speak directly on how the minutes are taken. That would be our city clerk. But as far as the technology side, we have spent with Louis helping out considerable effort in the last month to bolster our feed into this place and reduce other uses of our internet bandwidth, so to make sure YouTube is the priority. I believe also we've set up, unless it hasn't quite been set up, a video backup that will be recording a backup at all times. So we will have a video without lapse, even if the YouTube feed would fade. So there's features in our technology that we're doing to improve. We've, I think, had a better YouTube signal since we've done those changes, but I would defer to the clerk as far as how does she do the minutes?
Please,
In
thank
what
you.
process?
Minutes are taken with everything that we have available. So if it would be the video feed from YouTube, if it would be audio, if we would be recording an audio. Now, like the city manager said, we have both audio and video. So if YouTube were to go down, then we have that recording. And thank you, Louis, for providing that to us. That's something that's very important. I do take notes on top of that, but it's hard to do everything at one time. So we rely on all of the above.
So do we have audio for that meeting? Because I know several community members came out and spoke that day, and it's not reflected in our minutes.
Councilmember Avalos, the reason why it states that on the minutes is because we have no audio.
So there's no audio and no video?
There is no audio, no video.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Just going back to item 3, the contract that, the typo that was in the agenda bill was, the typo was just limited to the agenda bill. The actual contract itself has the correct dates listed there. I just want to make sure that.
3 or 4?
Oh, 4, excuse me, not 4, not 3, 4.
4.
Thank you. On item number 4, there is a ability for the council to extend. I'm looking at 1.1 of the agreement. There is an opportunity for the council to extend the contract for 12 additional months beyond June 30th, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, but that would require express approval of the city council. Without the express approval, and we're just talking about a 1-year contract. And I think that if you approve this item as is, it should just be with the understanding that we're talking about 1 year of the extension there. I would also, on the item number 9 with the minutes, I just want to make sure we're clear that in the past, number of years, there have been times when the recording machine, for whatever reason, didn't reflect everything. Technology happens, and sometimes it doesn't. And so we try our best to reflect the minutes. So the minutes are always intended to be reflective of what occurs at a city council meeting. It's not an absolute mandate that we track each person's comments there. What is important fundamentally is what action was actually taken by the council. And the official record of our meetings are the minutes. That's what you approve. And to the extent we have audio and we have video to assist the city clerk, that's great. But the official record is always just going to be the city council minutes that are approved by the city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're good? Okay, any other question? Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Move to approve.
I have a motion.
With the exception of I'm abstaining from item number 9A because I wasn't present at.
Okay, when
council meeting.
when they do the roll call, you can state that, please.
That's, I wanted to ask that question because I wasn't present for that meeting as well, leaving only 2 for that. So are we going to have to draw
No.
sticks or names or?
Well,
I did hear.
the fact that you were not present doesn't preclude you from voting on it.
Right.
It's just a matter of preference.
Right.
And
So
I would-
I did listen to the meeting after, so I'm able to
So you would be able to participate.
participate.
Yes.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes, and I'm abstaining from item number 9A.
That would be recusing?
Yes.
She's
Recusing from item 9A, but approving all other items.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes, and I will be recusing on item number 3. This is Tweedy Boulevard and the synchronization.
Thank you.
Because I live within 500 feet of Tweedy. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I want to make sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to get in trouble here. Okay, motion passes. And we'll move on to warrants. City Auditor.
The City Council will consider approving the warrant register for June 24th, 2025. The grand total is $2,661,598.42. Cancellations are 108,048, 107,871. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead and open up to any member in the audience who'd like to speak on any item on the warrant register.
What an amateur hour operation we have here. Vice Mayor, council members, the warrants are our city's bills. Going forward, after having seen Frausto's presentation, the overview of the budget and the horror that is and what awaits us, how am I supposed to trust your judgment when it comes to our money? How am I supposed to have faith in your decisions when it comes to our money? I mean, in Mr. Frausto's presentation, he stated structured deficit. Well, you guys were just moving money around. If we didn't have the ARPA funds, you would have spent our general fund down to what, 0 or near 0? I mean, it frightens me to think where we would be if we didn't have that ARPA fund money. And you've done a poor job, really, in managing our money, that now we find ourselves crossing our fingers, praying that the utility users tax gets passed next year. Otherwise, where are we going to be? And I instruct the council members, you're going to have to move forward with option B that the city manager said with the deep cuts. If you don't get out in front of this now, we're going to be in an even bigger hole, not this fiscal year, but the following fiscal year. And in Frausto's presentation, he basically laid out a roadmap as to when our city is going to die financially. We're going to be insolvent in 2028, 2029. We're going to have an $11.5 million hole we're going to have to try to figure out how to crawl out of. So, I mean, really, I really don't have much faith in you at all as a collective unit when it comes to our money. I mean, to have led us down this path, honestly, you must unlearn what you have learned, because what you have learned in your years on the council is what got us to where we are today. You need to seriously take a bold new approach going forward with how you run our city. And I instruct the council members to really move forward with these deep cuts that our fucked up city manager said we need to take. And if you don't, again, you're going to damn us with these big salary pay increases and percentage increases. There's no law in the books that says a city or a municipality is required to give their city hall employees these big salary pay increases and percentage increases. That's all I have.
Anyone else? I am sorry. You're the one who's,
You got it.
okay, close it.
Any comments for the emails?
We have none.
Thank you. Bring it back to council.
Motion to approve.
Second. Thank you. We have first and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor De Barron.
Yes, and if I can, city manager, I think one of the comments that is still coming around is that we need to really provide some insight on what the warrant registers actually entails of, and what the function of the city auditor is, and really take a deep dive on what that position actually does and what recommendations we give to staff on that. Maybe we can add it to the agenda item at one of these days to kind of go over that, because I think that would be helpful to the residents to kind of understand what we're working on when we review this.
I would support that, since it takes two council members to put anything on the agenda.
No, absolutely.
appreciate it.
Yes. Okay, so motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, at this time, tonight's meeting,
I'm so sorry, Mayor. I took Councilmember Avalos, Rios, Vice Mayor Barron, but I didn't say
you didn't get me.
Mayor
right?
Davila.
I don't know. Okay, I'll say yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. At this time, we are adjourning in memory of Señorina Rendon, longtime Southgate resident. She was a activist in the community. A lot of people knew her. It was the person to go to, and unfortunately, we lost her last week. Is that correct, Chief? And I remember Señorina Rendon because they will always bring cakes to birthday boys. So to everybody in the council, they always bring birthday cakes. And but the most important of all was she left out in the community. She was one of the activists that started Community in Action, and she was very proud of that. So with that, we are adjourning in her memory. And if we can, have a little moment of silence for her, because she does deserve that.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just want to make sure that, with the raids that are going on, that the community is safe. And if you see something, say something, so that we can alert the community. And again, we're all here for each other.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. And continue sending those videos and we'll just repost them. Okay, moment of silence, please. Okay, thank you very much. Good night, everyone.
Good night,
and we
everyone.
are adjourned.